Welcome to the Crow's Tavern. Tonight, we'll journey back to the time of the Norse people, exploring their villages, customs, and daily lives as we drift toward peaceful sleep together. After our story ends, you'll hear the gentle sounds of a crackling fire that will continue for hours without interruption. These soothing sounds will help guide you into a deep and restful sleep. Now let us begin our journey into the Viking world and allow the ancient tales to carry you towards slumber. The ancient branches of Yggdrasil creaked softly in a wind that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Leaves rustled with whispers of forgotten knowledge, casting dappled shadows across the weathered face of Odin Allfather as he stood at the base of the world tree. The twilight sky of Asgard stretched endlessly above, neither day nor night, but something in between. Stars beginning to shimmer into existence like distant thoughts, awakening in a dreaming mind. Odin's single eye gazed upward at the immensity of Yggdrasil, whose branches stretched beyond sight, cradling the 9 realms in their embrace. His weathered hand rested on the gnarled bark, feeling the subtle pulse of life that flowed through the cosmic tree. Something was changing in the realms. A restlessness, a shifting of ancient balances. He had felt it in the whispers of the wind, in the troubled dreams that visited him during rare moments of rest, in the growing frequency of council meetings, where reports from across the realms spoke of unusual events and unexplained phenomena. "The time has come," he murmured, his voice barely audible even to himself. The decision had weighed on him for months, perhaps years. Time moved differently for the Aesir, centuries passing like seasons. Yet even with such vastness of experience, some choices remained difficult. At his shoulder, a soft fluttering announced the arrival of Hugin and Munin, his faithful ravens. They settled on a low-hanging branch, dark eyes gleaming with intelligence that far surpassed ordinary birds. These were his scouts, his messengers, extensions of his consciousness that flew daily across the realms, bringing back news and observations to their master. "Thought," he addressed Hyrkin with a nod, then turned to Munin. "Memory. You will accompany me on this journey, but at a distance. What transpires at Mimir's well must be witnessed, but not interfered with." The ravens cawed softly in acknowledgement, their voices like distant whispers of understanding. They had served Odin for centuries and knew when their master faced a momentous decision. The gravity in his tone told them all they needed to know about the importance of this pilgrimage. Odin adjusted his wide-brimmed hat, pulled his blue-grey cloak tighter around his shoulders, and took up Gungnir, his mighty spear. Even in this solemn moment he would not travel unarmed, not out of fear for his safety, but because the spear was as much a symbol of his authority as it was a weapon. Where Odin went, the power of Asgard went with him, embodied in the perfect balance and unbreakable strength of the weapon he carried. With deliberate steps, he began his journey away from the golden halls of Asgard. He did not call for Sleipnir, his 8-legged steed, nor did he summon the Bifrost to carry him between realms. This journey required solitude and reflection, each step a reminder of the weight of rulership and the cost of wisdom. His path would take him downward, beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, to places few gods ventured willingly. The landscape around him transformed gradually as he walked. The elegant architecture and carefully tended gardens of Asgard gave way to wilder territories, forests that grew denser and more primeval with each passing mile. The light changed too. the eternal twilight of Asgard deepening into something more mysterious, not quite darkness, but a blue-tinged dimness, in which shadows seem to move with lives of their own. Above him, Hugin and Munin circled in widening spirals, their black forms occasionally visible against the darkening sky. They were his eyes when he needed additional perspective, but today they would also be his witnesses. What Odin planned would change him forever, and such moments needed to be recorded in more than memory alone. Hours passed, or perhaps days. Time grew fluid on the boundaries between realms. Odin walked steadily onward, his pace never faltering, despite the increasing difficulty of the terrain. The forest floor began to slope downward. The trees grew more twisted and ancient, their bark covered in phosphorescent lichen that provided faint, otherworldly illumination. The air grew thick with mist that curled around his ankles and swirled in his wake, giving the impression that he walked through clouds rather than upon solid ground. The sounds of the forest changed as well. The familiar calls of birds and rustling of small animals faded away, replaced by deeper, older sounds. The groaning of ancient wood, the distant drip of water echoing in unseen caverns, and beneath it all, a constant, barely audible whisper, as though the roots themselves were murmuring secrets to the earth that held them. At last, Odin came to a place where the massive roots of Yggdrasil breached the surface of the ground like the backs of enormous serpents, twisting and intertwining to form natural archways and passages that led downward. Without hesitation, he ducked beneath the first of these arches, leaving the last vestiges of ordinary forest behind. The world beneath the roots was a realm unto itself, neither fully part of any of the 9 realms, yet connected to them all. Here the air was cool and damp, filled with the earthy scent of soil and the crisp, mineral tang of underground waters. The phosphorescent fungi grew more abundantly, clinging to the massive roots and casting a soft, blue-green glow that illuminated Odin's path, just enough to see a few steps ahead, never revealing too much at once. Odin's footsteps made barely a sound on the soft earth, yet each seemed to echo strangely, as though the very environment was aware of his presence and responding to it. Occasionally he would pause, placing his palm against one of Yggdrasil's roots, feeling the slow pulse of life within. These were not merely the roots of an ordinary tree, no matter how massive, but the fundamental connections that bound the realms together, channels through which the energies of creation flowed continuously. The foundations remain strong, he murmured to himself, yet something stirs within the flow. He could feel it through his connection to the world tree, subtle disruptions in patterns that had remained stable for millennia. Nothing immediately threatening, perhaps, but significant enough to warrant this journey, this search for deeper understanding. As he ventured farther beneath the surface, the passages formed by the intertwining roots grew wider, occasionally opening into chambers where smaller roots descended from the earthy ceiling like complex tapestries, or curved upward from the floor in shapes that almost resembled furniture. Benches and tables formed not by design, but by the natural growth patterns of Yggdrasil over countless centuries. In one such chamber, Odin paused to rest, not from physical fatigue, but to gather his thoughts. He sat upon a root formation that curved in an almost perfect arc, just the right height for sitting. Above, a small opening between the roots allowed a single shaft of silvery light to penetrate the underground realm, and with it came Hugin and Munin, spiraling down to perch on nearby root tendrils. "What news from above?" Odin asked, his voice soft yet carrying clearly in the hushed atmosphere. Hugin spoke first, his voice surprisingly melodious for a raven. The realms continue as they were, Allfather. No new disturbances since you began your descent, Munin added. The court of Asgard stirs with questions about your absence, but Frigg maintains order with her usual grace and wisdom. Odin nodded, a slight smile crossing his weathered features at the mention of his queen. Frigg understood the necessities of his position better than anyone, having her own forms of wisdom and foresight. She would know he had not undertaken this journey lightly. "And have you seen any sign of our destination?" he asked, his single eye studying the ravens intently. The birds exchanged a glance that seemed to carry volumes of meaning. "We have flown ahead," Munin answered after a moment. "The well lies perhaps a day's journey farther along your current path, in the deepest recess where 3 great roots converge. The mists grow thicker there, and—" The raven hesitated. "And?" Odin prompted. "The waters are troubled," Husin finished. "More so than in living memory. They shimmer and shift, showing glimpses of many places and times at once, as though the boundaries have grown thin." This confirmed Odin's concerns. Mimir's well was not merely a source of water, but of wisdom, ancient, profound, and sometimes terrible in its revelations. If the waters were disturbed, it suggested disturbances throughout the cosmic order maintained by Yggdrasil. "Then we must not delay," Odin decided, rising to his feet once more. "Fly ahead again, my friends. Watch for any changes, any signs that might guide our understanding." With soft caws of acknowledgement, the ravens took flight, disappearing through the opening above. Odin watched them go, feeling a momentary pang of isolation before setting his resolution firmly in place once more. He took up Gungnir and continued his descent, following the subtle slope of the passage as it wound its way deeper beneath the surface. The next phase of his journey brought noticeable changes to his surroundings. The roots grew more massive, some thicker around than the columns that supported Valhalla's great hall. The spaces between them became more cathedral-like, vast chambers where Odin appeared as little more than a shadow, moving through an alien landscape of twisting wood and earth. Water became more prevalent as well, not rushing streams, but still pools that formed in depressions between the roots, their surfaces so perfectly calm that they reflected the glowing fungi above like mirrors. Occasionally, droplets would fall from unseen sources high above, creating ripples that momentarily disturbed these reflections before they settled back into stillness. Odin avoided looking directly into these pools. They were not Mimir's well, but they connected to it in ways not immediately apparent, reflecting more than just physical surroundings. An unprepared mind might glimpse things in those reflections that would haunt them for centuries. Possible futures, paths not taken, truths hidden beneath layers of comforting illusion. The air grew noticeably cooler as Odin descended further, carrying a moistness that settled on his skin and in his beard like the lightest dew. The whispers that had been barely perceptible near the surface grew slightly louder here, though no more intelligible. A constant susurration that might have been the flow of water through unseen channels, or perhaps something else entirely. Time continued its strange elasticity in this place between realms. Odin measured his journey not in hours, but in stages of descent, in gradual changes to his surroundings, in the slowly shifting quality of light provided by the bioluminescent growth that clung to Yggdrasil's roots. His mind remained clear and focused despite the disorienting nature of the environment, fixed on the purpose that had brought him to this primordial place. At length, he began to notice a new quality to the light around him, a faint silvery glow that seemed to emanate not from the fungi, but from somewhere ahead. It pulsed subtly, like the beating of a distant heart, growing incrementally brighter as he approached its source. The whispers grew louder too, occasionally resolving into words or phrases in languages both familiar and utterly alien before dissolving back into meaningless sound. Gungnir hummed softly in Odin's grasp, responding to the increased magical energy that permeated the air. The spear, forged by dwarven master crafters and imbued with powerful enchantments, served as both weapon and tool of rulership, but also as a conduit for mystical energies. Its resonance told Odin that he approached a place of great power, where the barriers between physical and metaphysical grew particularly thin. Finally, the passage opened into a vast circular chamber, unlike any he had traversed before. 3 enormous roots, each thicker than the walls of Asgard, converged here from different directions, meeting at the center of the space to form a natural well. The chamber's ceiling arched high above, roots and earth intertwined in complex patterns through which small amounts of silvery light filtered down. The floor sloped gently inward toward the well, smooth earth giving way to ancient stone covered in intricate runes that glowed faintly with their own inner light. And there, at the center, was Mimir's well itself, not grand or imposing as one might expect for something of such cosmic significance, but modestly sized, a perfect circle, perhaps twice the width of a man's outstretched arms. Its wall rose only to knee height, constructed of stones so perfectly fitted together that not even water could pass between them. They bore no chisel marks, appearing to have grown into their current configuration, rather than being shaped by tools. The water within the well was the source of the silvery blue illumination that had guided Odin's final approach. It glowed with an inner light that seemed to come from tremendous depths, suggesting that the well reached far deeper than physically possible in the space it occupied. The surface rippled continuously without any visible cause, forming patterns that almost resembled writing, before dissolving and reforming in new configurations. Hugin and Munin perched on a root formation near the chamber's edge, watching silently as their master approached the well. They had done their duty in scouting ahead. Now they would bear witness to what followed. Odin paused at the outer edge of the runic circle that surrounded the well, taking a moment to study the inscriptions beneath his feet. These were no ordinary runes, but the oldest form of writing, symbols of power that predated even the Aesir's earliest records. They told the story of the well's creation, of knowledge gathered and preserved, of the balance between wisdom and its cost. Odin read them with the practiced eye of one who had studied all forms of written language, his lips moving silently as he absorbed their meaning and significance. Satisfied that nothing had changed in the ancient protections, he stepped carefully across the runic boundary and approached the well itself. Up close, the waters were more disturbed than they had appeared from a distance, swirling in complex patterns that occasionally formed recognizable images. A great wolf with jaws stretched impossibly wide, a ship made of fingernails and toenails, a massive serpent encircling an entire world before dissolving back into formless motion. Troubled waters indeed, Odin murmured, kneeling beside the well to study its contents more closely. The glow illuminated his features from below, highlighting the lines etched by ages of responsibility and the empty socket where his right eye had once been. A previous sacrifice for knowledge, given to drink from Mimir's Brunra, the well of wisdom. As he gazed into the swirling depths, the water's movement slowed, as though recognizing his presence and responding to it. The random patterns gradually resolved into a more deliberate swirling, creating a vortex that opened at the center of the well like an eye, slowly opening after long sleep. Mimir, Odin called softly, his voice carrying a note of formal respect. Guardian of memory, keeper of wisdom beyond age, I seek audience. For several heartbeats, nothing changed. The water continued its slow, deliberate swirling, neither acknowledging nor rejecting Odin's request. Then, gradually, a deeper darkness formed at the center of the vortex, rising slowly toward the surface like a shadow, ascending from unfathomable. It breached the surface without disturbing it, a darkness taking shape not through physical presence but through the absence of light. It solidified into the suggestion of a face, ancient beyond reckoning, neither male nor female, but something that transcended such distinctions. Eyes formed from pinpoints of light that might have been distant stars viewed through the waters. A mouth that was merely a different quality of shadow. Odin Borson, came a voice that was not truly sound, but thought given just enough substance to be perceptible. It resonated not in the air, but directly in Odin's mind, carrying with it impressions of vast age and knowledge, so extensive it bordered on burden. Twice named, once eyed, wielder of Gungnir, master of Sleipnir, ruler of Asgard. You come again to my waters. I come seeking understanding, Odin replied, instinctively keeping his voice low, though he knew the communication was more mental than physical. The 9 realms grow restless, patterns shift that have held stable for millennia. I feel it in Yggdrasil's branches, see it in the reports brought from across the realms. Even Asgard's golden halls echo with whispers of change. The face in the water shifted, features rearranging themselves like clouds driven by high winds. Change is the only constant across the branches of Yggdrasil, Mimir responded. Even gods must adapt or fade. What specifically do you seek to understand? Odin considered his response carefully. Questions posed to Mimir needed precision. The ancient entity would answer exactly what was asked, no more and no less. Is what I sense the beginnings of Ragnarok, or a different form of transformation? And what role must I play in guiding the realms through what comes? A sound like distant laughter rippled across the water's surface. 2 questions disguised as one, All-Father. Always seeking maximum value. Some habits remain constant, even as ages pass. The amusement faded from Mimir's voice, replaced by solemnity. The answers you seek are not given lightly, even to one who has already paid a significant price for wisdom. What do you offer in exchange? Though he had anticipated this question, Odin still felt a momentary hesitation. The cost of wisdom from Mimir was never small, and he had already given his right eye in a previous exchange. What remained that he could sacrifice without compromising his ability to protect the realms? I offer 3 nights and 3 days of the Odin sleep, he said finally. The Odin sleep was the deep, restorative trance that replenished his godly powers, a time of vulnerability when Asgard relied on others for protection. Taken not when convenient, but immediately upon my return to Asgard, regardless of what circumstances I find there. The face in the water grew still, considering. A worthy offer for a lesser question, Mimir acknowledged after a long pause, but insufficient for what you ask. the nature of Ragnarok and your role in what approaches. These are no small matters, Allfather. Odin had expected this response as well. He reached slowly into a hidden pocket within his cloak and withdrew a small object that gleamed golden in the well's silvery light. I also offer this. A single scale from the wings of Gullinkambi, the rooster whose cry will herald Ragnarok itself. Freely given, not taken, when last I walked in dreams through the halls of Valhalla. This caused a visible reaction in the waters, which surged briefly before settling into a different pattern of movement. Now that, Mimir's voice came, tinged with something almost like surprise, is a token of significant value. The herald's gift, freely offered. Yes, this has meaning beyond ordinary measure. The shadowy face seemed to study Odin more intently, those star-like eyes focusing with uncomfortable precision. Yet still, for the full truth of what you seek, there must be more. Odin's expression remained composed, though inwardly he had hoped the scale alone would suffice. He had one final offering prepared, one he was reluctant to make, but had determined was necessary if his initial proposals proved insufficient. And lastly, he said, voice steady despite the gravity of what he offered, I will surrender one precious memory, not from my own experience, but from Asgard's historical record, a piece of knowledge that, once given to your waters, will be forgotten by all save you. Neither I nor any other will recall it happened, though its effects on subsequent events will remain. Now the waters truly stirred, rising slightly above the well's edge without spilling over, luminous ripples spreading outward until they touched the ancient stones before receding. This was no small offer. To remove a piece of history itself from collective memory was to alter the very fabric of perceived reality. Such things were seldom done, and never lightly. 3 offerings, Mimir observed, the shadowy face now fully formed and focused entirely on Odin. 3 nights of vulnerability when you might be most needed, a token from the herald of the end, and a piece of history sacrificed to forgetfulness. The watery features shifted in what might have been a nod of acceptance. Together, these are sufficient. Relief touched Odin briefly, followed immediately by the solemnity appropriate to such an exchange. Then we have agreement. Knowledge for sacrifice, as it has always been. As it has always been. Mimir echoed. Place the scale upon the water's surface. Speak aloud the commitment to the Odin sleep. Then, tell me which memory you surrender, and I will show you what you seek to know. Odin opened his palm where the golden scale gleamed like captured sunlight. With ceremonial slowness, he held his hand over the center of the well and tilted it, allowing the scale to fall. Rather than sinking immediately, it landed lightly on the water's surface and remained there, spinning slowly as though seeking proper orientation before gradually dissolving into the luminous liquid, suffusing it momentarily with a golden glow that faded into the original silver blue. I commit myself to 3 full cycles of the Odin sleep, Odin stated formally, to begin upon my return to Asgard regardless of circumstances found there, with all the vulnerability and risk such a state entails. The water's surface rippled in acknowledgement, concentric circles spreading outward from where the scale had dissolved. Now came the most difficult part of the exchange, identifying the memory to be surrendered to Mimir's keeping. Odin had given much thought to this, considering what knowledge might be sacrificed, with minimal damage to the realm's security, while still representing sufficient value for this exchange. "And the memory I surrender," he said after a moment's final contemplation, "is the true location of Bor's vault, and the 3 artifacts contained therein. Let all record and recollection of this place and its contents pass from Asgard's knowledge into your keeping alone." This was no small sacrifice. Bor's vault, named for Odin's father, contained 3 powerful artifacts from the earliest days of the 9 realms. Tools of creation rather than weapons, but potentially devastating if misused. Their loss from memory meant they could never be accessed again by any in Asgard, for good or ill. The vault itself would likely remain physically intact somewhere, but without memory of location or contents, it might as well cease to exist. The waters of the well surged upward at this pronouncement, forming momentarily into a column that rose to Odin's eye level before collapsing back with a sound like distant thunder. The face of Mimir expanded, growing more distinct and detailed than before, those star-like eyes widening in what might have been surprise or appreciation for the magnitude of the offering. "It is accepted," Mimir's voice resonated, deeper now and carrying harmonics that seemed to vibrate through Odin's very bones. "The sacrifice is commensurate with the knowledge sought. Prepare yourself, All-Father. Truth comes not as words but as vision, direct and unfiltered. What you see may bring clarity or greater confusion, often both together, for that is the nature of true wisdom." Odin straightened his posture, centering himself both physically and mentally for what was to come. He had experienced visions before, had walked in dreams through realms both known and strange, had gazed into possible futures with the aid of various mystical practices. But Mimir's revelations were different, more profound, more fundamental, touching the very roots of reality rather than merely its surface manifestations. "I am prepared," he stated simply, focusing his single eye on the swirling waters before him. The face in the well began to dissolve, features melting back into the general movement of the water, which now began to glow more intensely. The silvery blue light brightened until it was almost painful to look upon directly, casting stark shadows across the chamber and illuminating the massive roots of Yggdrasil in brilliant relief against the surrounding darkness. Then, without warning, the light concentrated into a narrow beam that shot upward from the well's center, striking Odin directly in his remaining eye. He neither flinched nor turned away, accepting the connection as necessary for what he sought. The chamber around him faded from perception, replaced by a kaleidoscopic rush of images, sounds, sensations, and concepts too rapid and numerous to process individually. This was raw information, unfiltered by normal perceptual limitations, flooding directly into consciousness like a torrent breaking through a dam. Odin experienced the vision not as a passive observer, but as an active participant, present within each scene as it formed and dissolved around him. He stood upon the branches of Yggdrasil itself, seeing how they stretched across dimensions beyond normal perception. The 9 realms appeared not as separate worlds, but as interconnected nodes within a vastly complex structure, energy flowing between them in patterns that made the most intricate tapestry seem crude by comparison. These patterns were indeed changing, not with the catastrophic disruption of Ragnarok, but with subtle shifts that nonetheless carried profound implications. Boundaries between realms were becoming more permeable in places, less distinct. Energies that had flowed in one direction for millennia were altering course, creating new connections while weakening others. The vision shifted, showing specific manifestations of these changes across the realms. In Midgard, humans developed technologies that inadvertently resonated with energies they did not understand, creating unintended ripples through Yggdrasil's structure. In Jotunheim, ancient ice began to retreat from certain regions, revealing ruins and artifacts long forgotten. In Alfheim, the light elves gathered in unprecedented councils, discussing portents and signs that troubled even their ancient wisdom. Faster now, the visions came with increasing intensity. Muspelheim's fires burned with new patterns within their eternal flames. Niflheim's mists formed shapes that seemed almost deliberate before dissolving back into chaos. Svartalheim's dark elves delved deeper into their underground realms, uncovering chambers sealed since the dawn of creation. Through it all, Odin perceived underlying currents, cosmic forces older than the Aesir themselves, stirring from long dormancy. Not malevolent necessarily, but utterly unconcerned with the desires or needs of any realm's inhabitants. These were the fundamental forces that had shaped creation and would eventually reshape it, operating on timescales that made even a god's lifespan seem momentary. The vision's perspective widened further, showing Yggdrasil itself as merely one manifestation of a larger cosmic structure. A single tree in a forest of possibilities, each with its own version of the 9 realms developing along different paths. Some flourished while others withered. Some maintained perfect balance while others tilted toward chaos or rigid order. Then, abruptly, the torrent of information focused on Asgard and Odin himself. He saw his own role in what approached, not as commander of armies against the forces of destruction, but as custodian of transition. The changes coming to the 9 realms were neither wholly good nor bad, but necessary evolution in the cosmic cycle. His task would not be to prevent them, but to guide them, to preserve what was most valuable while allowing outdated structures to transform. This would require wisdom beyond warfare, diplomacy beyond force. It would mean relinquishing certain forms of control to gain deeper influence. It would demand sacrifice beyond what had already been given, not in dramatic gestures, but in the patient work of preparation and stewardship. Most challenging of all, it would require Odin to transform himself, to move beyond the identity that had served him for millennia and become something both more and less than he had been. The vision showed multiple possible paths this transformation might take, each with its own demands and consequences, none easy, but some leading to greater harmony than others. As suddenly as it had begun, the visionary torrent ceased. The beam of light retracted back into the well, which now pulsed with a steady rhythm, like a heartbeat. Odin found himself kneeling beside the stone circle. One hand braced against its edge, as though to steady himself, the other still gripping Gungnir with unconscious strength. His mind worked furiously to process what he had experienced, to translate the direct download of cosmic information into concepts he could work with. Some aspects would take days or even years to fully integrate, but the central message was clear. Change was coming to the 9 realms. Change that could not be prevented but might be guided, and his role was to facilitate that guidance with wisdom rather than force. "You have seen," Mimir's voice came, once more forming a shadowy face within the well's waters. "The question now becomes, what will you do with what you have seen?" Odin drew a deep breath, centering himself once more in the present moment. "I will prepare," he answered simply. "Not for war, though that may come in time, but for transformation. I will gather those with the wisdom to understand these changes and the strength to endure them. I will seek allies among those previously considered merely neutral or even adversarial, finding common purpose in navigating what approaches. The face in the water shifted in what might have been approval. And yourself, All-Father? What of your own necessary transformation? This was the most challenging aspect of what Odin had glimpsed. The need to evolve beyond the identity he had cultivated over centuries. I have been many things, he said thoughtfully. Warrior, ruler, wanderer, scholar. I have called myself by different names in different realms, worn masks both literal and figurative. Perhaps it is time to integrate these aspects rather than shifting between them, to become whole rather than merely adaptable. Wisdom indeed, Mimir acknowledged. The exchange is complete, Odin Borson. 3 offerings given, knowledge received. The memory you surrendered is already fading from Asgard's records and recollection, preserved only in these waters. The Odin sleep awaits your return, and Gullinkambi's scale has become part of the well's essence. Go now, carrying what you have learned back to those who need it. The face began to sink back into the depths, the waters gradually returning to their earlier swirling patterns. Before it disappeared completely, Mimir spoke once more. Remember, All-Father, that wisdom is not merely in knowing, but in doing. The path you have glimpsed requires action, not just contemplation. With that, the presence vanished, leaving only the luminous well casting its silver moonlight across the ancient chamber. Odin remained kneeling for several moments longer, allowing his mind to settle after the intensity of the vision. Some details were already growing indistinct, while others had burned themselves into his consciousness with perfect clarity. This was the nature of Mimir's wisdom. Not all could be retained consciously, but all would influence his actions and decisions going forward. Finally, he rose to his feet, steadying himself on Gungnir as he turned to where Hugin and Munin still perched, watching silently. You have witnessed what needed witnessing, he told them. Some of what transpired will remain unspoken, carried only in thought and memory. The ravens bobbed their heads in understanding. They had served Odin long enough to know that some experiences defied simple narration. Some knowledge was best left uncommunicated directly. With a final glance at the now placid well, Odin began the long journey back toward the surface. His steps, though as measured as before, carried a new weight, not of physical burden, but of responsibility illuminated by deeper understanding. The path ahead would not be easy, but it was clearer now than it had been, guided by wisdom purchased at significant cost. The chamber with its glowing well receded behind him as he followed the winding path between Yggdrasil's massive roots. The phosphorescent fungi seemed brighter somehow, casting enough light to make the journey upward less challenging than the descent had been. Perhaps it was merely that his eye had adjusted to the gloom, or perhaps something in him had changed, allowing him to perceive what had always been present but previously unnoticed. Hugin and Munin flew ahead, occasionally returning to ensure he maintained the correct path through the labyrinthine root system. The whispers that permeated this realm continued around him, but now Odin found he could distinguish words and phrases among the general susurration. Fragments of ancient wisdom, echoes of forgotten conversations, predictions of things yet to come, not clearly enough to form coherent messages, but enough to confirm that this place existed, at the intersection of past, present, and future, where time flowed differently than in the realms above. As he ascended, Odin mentally prepared for what awaited in Asgard. The Odin sleep would need to be carefully managed, responsibility temporarily transferred to Frigg and the Council. Messages would need to be sent to various allies and potential allies across the realms, laying groundwork for the diplomatic initiatives his vision had shown would be necessary. Resources would need to be allocated differently, prioritizing knowledge gathering over weapon forging, exploration over fortification. These practical considerations helped ground him after the cosmic scale of what he had witnessed in Mimir's waters. The transformation of the 9 realms might operate on timescales beyond mortal comprehension, but it would manifest through countless smaller changes, each requiring attention and guidance. That was where his focus must lie. Not on the overwhelming totality, but on each step along the newly illuminated path. By the time he emerged from beneath Yggdrasil's roots back into the ancient forest above, Odin had formulated the beginnings of a plan. The silvery light of Asgard's eternal twilight seemed almost harsh after the subtle illumination below, but his eye adjusted quickly. Hugin and Munin settled on low branches nearby, awaiting further instruction. "Return to Asgard," he told them. "Inform Frigg that I follow shortly and will require immediate counsel upon arrival. Say nothing of specific details. Those I will share myself when appropriate." With soft calls of acknowledgement, the ravens took wing, quickly disappearing into the distance. Odin watched them go, then turned his gaze upward to where Yggdrasil's branches stretched beyond sight. With his enhanced perception, still sensitive from Mimir's vision, he could almost see the currents of energy flowing through those branches, connecting the realms in their cosmic dance. "And so it begins," he murmured to himself, "not with battle, but with understanding." Taking a moment to straighten his cloak and adjust his wide-brimmed hat, Odin set off through the forest toward Asgard's golden halls. Each step felt both heavier with responsibility and lighter with purpose than when he had walked this path in the opposite direction. The sacrifice had been significant, but the wisdom gained, the clarity of vision and direction, made it worthwhile. Above him, stars winked into existence as Asgard's twilight deepened temporarily toward night. Somewhere among those stars, the 9 realms continued their eternal orbits, unaware of the subtle shifts in their cosmic foundations or the changes those shifts would eventually bring. But Odin knew, and in knowing, found both burden and opportunity, the chance to shape what could not be prevented, to preserve what was most valuable while allowing necessary transformation. It was, he reflected, the essence of wisdom itself, not to control all things, but to understand which things could be guided and which must simply be accepted, and to have the discernment to recognize the difference. Mimir's waters had given him glimpses of many possible futures, but the path between now and then, that was his to forge, step by careful step. The distant gleam of Asgard's golden spires appeared through the trees ahead, a reminder of all he sought to preserve through the coming changes. With renewed resolve, Odin quickened his pace slightly. Much needed to be done before the Odin sleep claimed him, preparations made for the work that would continue, even as he slumbered. The burden of foresight was heavy indeed, but it was a weight he had chosen to bear, and if wisdom had a cost, then perhaps its value could be measured in how well that wisdom was applied, not merely possessed, but acted upon, with courage and discernment. With this thought to guide him, Odin, All-Father of Asgard, emerged from the shadow of Yggdrasil and stepped onto the path that would lead him home, changed by what he had learned beneath the roots, but resolved to use that change for the benefit of all the realms under his protection. The twilight deepened around him as he walked, stars brightening overhead like distant beacons. In their eternal patterns, perhaps, lay a reminder that even the greatest changes occurred within larger continuities. That transformation need not mean destruction, but could instead lead to new forms of harmony and balance. This, then, would be his task in the times ahead, to maintain that delicate balance between necessary change and vital preservation, guided by the wisdom gained at such significant cost beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, beside the whispering waters of Mimir's ancient well. As Odin made his way back to the golden halls of Asgard, the wisdom of Mimir's well settling deep within his consciousness, the twilight sky above began to shift in curious ways. The stars, which had shone with steady brilliance during his return journey from beneath Yggdrasil's roots, now pulsed with an unusual rhythm, as though responding to some cosmic disturbance yet unseen. The All-Father paused his steps, his single eye scanning the heavens with newfound perception, enhanced by the visions granted at such great cost. There, at the very edge of the horizon where day and night eternally contested for dominance in Asgard's realm, a subtle darkening caught his attention. Not the natural deepening of twilight into evening, but something more purposeful, shadows that moved with intention rather than merely responding to the absence of light. Hugin and Munin, having delivered their message to Frigg, returned to circle above their master. Their normally measured wing beats carried a nervous energy, and their caws held notes of warning rather than simple acknowledgement of his presence. "You sense it too," Odin murmured. Not truly a question, but a confirmation of shared awareness. The ravens dipped in flight, affirming his observation before banking sharply toward the western sky, where the anomaly seemed most concentrated. With the wisdom of Mimir still fresh in his mind, Odin recognized this as one of the manifestations of the cosmic shifts he had been shown, not an isolated incident, but a ripple in the great pattern that connected all 9 realms. The timing was no coincidence. As one form of ancient knowledge revealed itself beneath the roots, another ancient force stirred in the skies above. "The hunt begins again," he said softly to himself, understanding dawning with perfect clarity. In the distance, barely perceptible to any but the most attuned senses, came a sound unlike any other. Neither howl nor roar, but something that combined elements of both while transcending ordinary categorization. It echoed across the vault of heaven, causing the stars themselves to tremble momentarily before resuming their eternal dance. Even the mighty Allfather felt a primal shiver course through his being at that sound, not from fear but from recognition of a power as old as creation itself, the relentless pursuit that had shaped the very rhythm of existence since the dawn of time. The great wolves were awakening to their eternal purpose once more, their hunger undiminished by eons of pursuit, their determination unbounded by the limitations of ordinary creatures. As Odin continued his journey toward Asgard with renewed urgency, the narrative of creation shifted. The focus of cosmic awareness moved from the depths beneath Yggdrasil's roots to the boundless expanse above its highest branches, from the quiet wisdom of still waters to the relentless energy of perpetual chase. The story of Skoll and Hati, the great wolves who hunt the sun and moon, was unfolding in the darkening sky. A different sort of wisdom to contemplate, a different facet of the great mystery that binds the 9 realms together in their eternal dance. The stars continued to fade, one by one, as though retreating before the approaching hunters, leaving patches of the sky in perfect, absolute darkness. Not merely the absence of light, but something more profound, the absence of possibility itself, a void from which even hope might never return, should it venture too close. Against this starless backdrop, the chase would soon begin in earnest, predator and prey, darkness and light, in the eternal cycle that gives meaning to time itself. And so, as Odin's tale beneath the roots of Yggdrasil reached its conclusion, another story opened above its branches, the ageless pursuit of radiance by shadow, the breathless flight of celestial bodies before the jaws that would devour them. The starless hunt had begun once more, and all the 9 realms would bear witness to its unfolding. The fading light of evening cast long shadows across Halvar's fields, stretching like fingers of darkness, seeking purchase on the world. He stood alone on the hillside, his flock gathered close around him, as if sensing the unease that had settled over the land these past days. The sheep bleated softly, pressing against one another, their breaths forming small clouds in the unseasonably cool air. Something was wrong with the twilight. Even as a simple shepherd, Halvar knew the rhythms of day and night like he knew the contours of his own calloused hands, and lately those rhythms had changed. Tonight, as the sun sank toward the horizon, it seemed to hang there longer than it should, reluctant to complete its journey. Not like the lingering summer sunsets he had known all his life, but something else. Something hesitant, fearful even. If a celestial body could know fear, the quality of light was different too. Not the warm, golden glow that typically bathed the hills at this hour, but a strange, silvery illumination that leached color from the landscape, rendering everything in shades of ash and bone. Halvar pulled his woolen cloak tighter around his shoulders, though whether to ward off the chill or the growing sense of disquiet he couldn't say. His eyes scanned the horizon, then lifted to the darkening sky where the first stars should be appearing. There were none. The heavens remained a smooth expanse of deepening blue, unmarked by even the brightest evening star. This, too, was wrong. The warriors of light that had guided his ancestors should have begun their nightly vigil by now. A sound reached him then, carried on a wind that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. A distant howl that raised the hair on the back of his neck. It was not the howl of ordinary wolves that sometimes ventured down from the mountains in winter's depth. This was something larger, something older. A sound that spoke to memories buried deep in human bones. Memories of huddling in caves while ancient predators prowled outside. His sheep froze at the sound, their previously restless movements ceasing, as if they had been turned to stone. In the sudden stillness, Halvar became aware of his own heartbeat, loud in his ears. The howl came again, joined by a second voice that harmonized with the first in terrible perfection. Closer now, though from which direction he couldn't tell. It seemed to come from above, from the very sky itself. Skoll and Hati, he whispered, the names emerging unbidden from childhood memories of his grandmother's tales, told by firelight. The great wolves of prophecy, destined to chase the sun and moon until the end of days, until Ragnarok, when they would finally catch their prey and devour the lights of heaven, plunging the world into darkness before its final destruction and rebirth. Halvar had always thought these stories merely tales to frighten children into obedience, or to explain the movements of celestial bodies in terms folk could understand. But standing beneath that empty twilight sky, listening to those unearthly howls drawing nearer, he was no longer certain. Perhaps the old ways held more truth than the village priest with his single god would admit. The wind picked up suddenly, whipping his cloak around him and carrying whispers that might have been words had he the ears to truly hear them. The sheep huddled closer, bleating in distress. It was time to return to the safety of the village, whatever safety walls of wood and stone might offer against forces that dwelled among the stars. Halvar took up his staff and began herding the flock down the hillside toward home, all the while unable to tear his gaze from the darkening sky. As he crested the final rise that would bring the village into view, he paused. The settlement lay nestled in the valley below, its windows already glowing with hearth fires against the gathering gloom. But it was not this familiar sight that stopped him in his tracks. It was the horizon beyond, where the sun still lingered, now barely more than a sliver of brightness. Above it, impossibly, he could see a shadow moving. A great, lupine shape outlined against the dying light, running not on earth, but through the very fabric of the heavens. In that moment, as Halvar stood transfixed by the sight no mortal was meant to witness directly, he felt rather than heard a presence beside him, turning his head slightly, afraid to look away from the celestial hunt for too long. He saw his grandmother standing there. Sigrid was ancient by the reckoning of their people, her face a map of wrinkles carved by nearly 9 decades of harsh northern weather and harsher northern life. She had not left her hearth in seasons, yet here she stood beside him on the hillside, unbowed by age, her milky eyes fixed on the same point in the sky. "You see them," she said. Not a question, but a statement of fact, her voice stronger than it had been in years. "The great wolves begin their final chase." "Is it truly the end times then?" Halvar asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might draw the attention of the celestial predators. Sigrid was silent for so long that he wondered if she had heard him. When she finally spoke, her words carried the weight of ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations. "The end times have always been with us, child. Always approaching, never quite arriving. It is the way of the world to exist on the edge of ending." She gestured toward the horizon with a gnarled hand. "Watch now. Few are granted the sight to witness the starless hunt. It is both blessing and curse." Halvar turned his attention back to the sky, where the shadow he had glimpsed earlier had been joined by a second, 2 massive silhouettes racing along the border between day and night. As they ran, the light dimmed further, stars that should have appeared remaining stubbornly absent. The world held its breath as the chase intensified. "Skull pursues soul," Sigrid murmured, her voice taking on the rhythmic quality it always had when she recited the old tales. "Hati hunts Mani. Since the beginning of days, they have pursued the chariots of sun and moon across the vault of heaven, always close, never quite catching, until the appointed time when the bonds of order fray and the great twilight falls upon all creation." Even as she spoke, Halvar noticed a change in the quality of light. The sun, nearly gone now, flared suddenly brighter, as if making one desperate attempt to outrun its pursuer. The silvery illumination that had replaced the normal sunset took on a reddish hue like blood diluted in water. The sheep, forgotten until now, pressed against his legs, trembling. "We now?" he asked, aware of how small his voice sounded against the vastness opening before him. "Why are they closing the distance after all these ages?" Sigrid turned those clouded eyes toward him, seeing more perhaps than one with perfect vision. "The wolves grow stronger as the bonds grow weaker." The great serpent stirs in the depths. The betrayer tests his chains. All the signs converge. As was foretold. She gripped his arm with surprising strength. But remember this, Halvar. Prophecy is not fate. What has been foreseen may yet be changed by choices made and courage found. Even the gods themselves struggle against their appointed doom. The howling came again, closer now, no longer sounding as if it originated from the sky alone, but from all around them, as if the very air vibrated with the voices of the cosmic hunters. The remaining sheep scattered in terror, fleeing down the hill toward the relative safety of the village. Halvar made no move to stop them, transfixed by the spectacle unfolding above. The silhouette of the first wolf, Skull, grew more distinct as it gained on the sun's retreating light. It was enormous beyond comprehension, a beast the size of mountains, its outline flickering with what might have been stars caught in its dark fur, or perhaps the souls of those it had devoured in its eternal hunt. Behind it ran its brother, Hati, pursuing the still unseen moon that had yet to rise. A sudden gust of wind nearly knocked Halvar off his feet, bringing with it a cold that seemed to reach inside his very bones. The air crackled with energy, and for a brief moment he thought he could see the threads of fate themselves. Gleaming strands connecting all things, stretching and straining under some invisible pressure. "Come," Sigrid said, tugging at his arm. "We must join the others. Tonight is not for solitude." As if waking from a dream, Halvar nodded and allowed his grandmother to lead him down toward the village. Only now did he notice that others had emerged from their homes and stood in the central square, faces turned skyward, expressions ranging from confusion to terror to awe. Among them stood Aya, the village seer, her arms raised toward the heavens, lips moving in what might have been prayer or prophecy. The gathered villagers parted as Halvar and Sigrid approached, some nodding in recognition, others too entranced by the celestial events to notice their arrival. Aya lowered her arms as they drew near, her eyes, unlike Sigrid's, sharp and clear, yet similarly filled with ancient knowledge. "The shepherd who watches the sky," she said by way of greeting, her voice carrying the slight sing-song quality it often held when she walked between worlds. "Did you count your sheep today, Halvar? Did you count the stars?" Before he could respond, Sigrid answered for him. "There are no stars to count, Air. The wolves run beneath a starless sky." The seer nodded solemnly. "Yes, they have been swallowed by the growing shadow, as it was foretold." She turned to address the gathered villagers, her voice strengthening. "The signs multiply. Dreams speak with clearer tongues. The roots of Yggdrasil tremble." A murmur passed through the crowd. Someone called out, "Is it truly Ragnarok? Has the twilight of the gods begun?" Air was silent for a moment, her gaze distant. When she spoke again, it was in the half-sleeping voice she used when true visions took her. "I see the great wolf Fenrir straining against his silken bonds. I see ships of nails sailing on rising tides. I see the world serpent Jormungand thrashing in the deepest ocean, causing the earth to shudder." Her eyes cleared slightly as she focused on the questioner. "The end approaches. Whether it arrives tonight or 1,000 years hence, I cannot say. Time moves differently in the realm of gods and monsters." The villagers shifted uneasily, some making protective signs, others clutching small talismans. Halvar remained silent, his thoughts returning to the sight of those massive shadows pursuing the sun. If such things existed, truly existed, not merely as stories. What else from the old tales might be real? Sigrid, seeming to sense his thoughts, squeezed his arm gently. "Come," she said, "there is something you must see." She led him away from the gathering, toward her small hut at the edge of the village. Halvar followed, casting occasional glances skyward, where the unnatural twilight persisted, neither deepening into true night nor receding. At the threshold of his grandmother's dwelling, he hesitated. The others will find their own ways through this night," Sigrid finished for him. "Some through prayer, some through mead, some through the comfort of loved ones. Your path lies here, for now." Inside, the single room was warm and fragrant with herbs that hung from the rafters. A small fire burned in the central hearth, casting flickering shadows on walls adorned with strange symbols etched into the wood. Halvar had always assumed they were merely decorative, the fanciful markings of an old woman clinging to outdated customs. Now, in the wake of what he had witnessed, he wondered if they served some deeper purpose. Sigrid moved to a wooden chest in the corner, her normally labored movements suddenly fluid and purposeful. She opened it and removed a bundle wrapped in faded cloth. "This has been passed down through our lines since before memory," she said, carefully unwrapping what proved to be an ancient hide scroll. "Each keeper adds to it, records what they have seen and learned of the great cycles that govern our world." She unrolled the scroll on the small table beside her bed, revealing strange drawings and runes, some so faded as to be nearly invisible. Halvar leaned closer, drawn by something in the images that seemed to call to him despite his inability to read the ancient script. "Here," Sigrid said, pointing to a section that showed crude but effective depictions of two wolves chasing circular objects through a field of stars. "The starless hunt has been witnessed before, 7 times since our ancestors first settled this valley. Each time, the wolves draw closer to their prey. Each time, the world holds its breath, poised between continuation and ending." Halvar studied the drawings, noting with a chill that the gap between predator and prey indeed narrowed in each successive image. "And each time, they have failed to catch the sun and moon," he said, seeking reassurance in the pattern. Sigrid's weathered face remained grave. "Thus far, yes, but the cycle narrows. The intervals between hunts grow shorter. What once occurred only every dozen generations now appears twice within a single lifetime." She traced gnarled fingers over the most recent addition to the scroll. "I witnessed the last hunt as a young woman, no older than you are now. By rights, I should have been long in my grave before another came." Outside, the howling intensified, causing the small hut to tremble as if caught in a storm. The fire in the hearth flared and dimmed, shadows dancing wildly across the walls. Through the single window, Halvar could see that the unnatural twilight had taken on a deeper hue, bloody crimson giving way to the purple bleck of a fresh bruise. "What happens if they catch their prey?" he asked, though part of him already knew the answer from the old tales. "If Skoll devours soul, and Hati swallows Mani," Sigurd replied solemnly, "then eternal darkness falls upon the 9 worlds. The stars go out, one by one. The Fimble winter begins. 3 years of snow and ice without the kiss of spring. Brother turns against brother, all bonds of kinship severed. Then comes the final battle, where gods and giants meet their appointed ends." The hide scroll curled slightly at the edges, as if trying to roll itself closed again, to hide its dire predictions from mortal eyes. Sigrid weighted it down with small stones kept for this purpose. "But that is only one possible path," she continued, her voice softening. "The scrolls also speak of choices made, of small actions that turn the tide of fate. Halvar looked up from the ancient drawings. What choices, what actions could possibly affect the course of such beings? Sigrid's milky eyes seemed to clear momentarily, fixing him with a surprisingly direct gaze. That is for you to discover, Shepherd of Stars. The strange title sent a shiver through him. I'm no shepherd of stars, grandmother, only of sheep, and poor ones at that, who scatter at the first sign of danger. A hint of a smile touched Sigrid's lips. Are you so certain? Who watches the sky more than you? Who knows the patterns of the heavens, the turning of seasons by stellar signs? Who stands alone on hillsides, long after sensible folk have retreated to their hearths? Before Halvar could respond, a commotion arose outside. Shouts of alarm and fear from the village center. He moved to the door, throwing it open to a sight that stole his breath. The sky had changed again. Where the strange twilight had lingered unnaturally, now bands of light rippled across the heavens, not the familiar northern lights that sometimes graced winter skies, but something wilder, more chaotic. Greens and blues mingled with angry reds and pulsing purples, forming shapes that almost resembled runes before dissolving into new configuration. And there, unmistakable now even to those without the sight, ran the great wolves. No longer mere shadows against the horizon, they had taken more substantial form, visible to all who dared look upward. Skull, massive and grey as storm clouds, pursued the sun's golden chariot with jaws that could swallow worlds. Behind him raced Hati, sleeker and darker than his brother, fixed upon the silver disk of the moon that had risen despite the sun's failure to fully set. The villagers had gathered again in the square, many falling to their knees in prayer, some to the old gods, others to the white Christ, fear momentarily erasing the boundaries between old faith and new. Ea stood among them, arms raised once more, chanting words in a language Halvar didn't recognize. Imask must not catch their prey, Sigrid murmured beside him, having followed him to the doorway. Not yet. The world is not ready for ending. What can we do? Halvar asked, the question directed as much to himself as to his grandmother. What can anyone do against forces such as these? Sigrid didn't answer immediately. When she did, her voice held a strange mixture of resignation and hope. In the old days, when the hunt began, the wise ones would gather. They would sing the songs of binding, weave the spells of slowing. They would remind the wolves of their purpose, not to end creation, but to maintain its balance through the eternal chase. Those wise ones are gone now, Halvar said softly, their knowledge lost or abandoned. Not lost, Sigrid corrected, sleeping, waiting for need to awaken it. She pressed something into his hand, a small object wrapped in leather, worn smooth by generations of handling. Take this to the high place, where earth and sky meet most closely. Remember the tales I've told you since childhood. Trust what you know, deep in your bones. Halvar looked down at the object in his palm, then back at his grandmother's face, etched with equal measures of concern and confidence. Without further argument, he nodded and turned toward the path that would lead him back to the hillside where he had first witnessed the hunt begin. As he moved through the village, others called out to him, asking where he was going, warning him to take shelter against whatever calamity approached. He ignored them all, driven by a certainty he couldn't explain. The weight of the object Sigrid had given him seemed to grow heavier with each step, pulling him forward rather than dragging him down. The climb to the high place, a flat-topped hill that had served as a lookout since before the village existed, took longer than it should have. Time itself seemed distorted, stretching and compressing like a smith's bellows. The sky continued its unnatural display, the aurora-like lights intensifying until they cast enough illumination to turn night into a strange facsimile of day. When he finally reached the summit, breathing heavily from exertion, Halvar paused to take in the view. From this vantage point, he could see for miles in all directions. The village below, the surrounding farmlands, the distant forest, and beyond that, the mountains that marked the edge of their territory. Above it all, the celestial hunt continued, the great wolves drawing ever closer to their prey. He unwrapped the object Sigrid had given him, revealing a small drum made of stretched hide over a wooden frame, with a bone beater tied to it by a length of sinew. It looked ancient beyond reckoning, the hide translucent in places from age and use, the wood darkened to near back. Runes were carved along its rim, similar to those on Sigrid's scroll, but older, their edges worn almost smooth. Halvar had never played such an instrument, yet when he held it, his hands seemed to know what to do. He struck the first beat hesitantly, then with growing confidence as the sound resonated far more deeply than the drum's small size should allow. Each strike sent vibrations not just through the air, but seemingly through the earth beneath his feet, and up into the troubled sky. As he played, memories surfaced, not his own, but those carried in his blood. Fragments of songs and chants passed down through generations, preserved in the rhythm of heartbeats and the cadence of breath. Words in an ancient tongue formed on his lips without conscious thought, synchronizing with the drum's steady pulse. The heavens responded. With each beat, each syllable of the half-remembered song, the chaotic patterns of light steadied slightly. The relentless pursuit of the great wolves slowed, not halting, but losing the terrible inevitability it had possessed. Skoll, nearest to overtaking the sun, turned his massive head slightly, as if searching for the source of this unexpected interference. Halvar's arms tired, but he continued to play, understanding now what Sigrid had meant. This was the role that had been preserved for him, unknowing, through the long line of his ancestors. Not just shepherd of sheep, but keeper of rhythms, guardian of cycles that must continue unbroken until the proper time for their ending. He was not alone in his efforts. From the village below, other sounds joined his drummer, voices raised in songs both old and new, the ring of metal on metal as the blacksmith struck his anvil in counterpoint, wooden spoons against cooking pots creating their own insistent rhythm. Without understanding exactly why, the villagers added their voices to his. Even the natural world joined the resistance. Wind through trees became a whispered chant. Waves against the distant shore crashed in measured beats. Wolves from the forest, ordinary wolves, earthbound and yet kin to the great celestial hunters, howled in harmonies that seemed to call their mighty cousins home. High above, the chase continued, but something had changed. The relentless advance of the wolves slowed further, the gap between hunter and hunted maintaining itself rather than narrowing. Sol's golden chariot gleamed more brightly, as if gathering strength from the sounds rising from below. Mani's silver disc pulsed in time with Halvar's drum, growing brighter with each beat. The seer, Ea, appeared beside him, though he hadn't seen her climb the hill. Her eyes were fully white now, rolled back in deep trance. "The threads reweave," she murmured, swaying slightly with the rhythm. "The pattern shifts. You have remembered what was forgotten, Halvar Star Shepherd. That name again." not shepherd of stars this time, but star shepherd, as if it were a title, an office passed down through generations. Halvar didn't respond, couldn't spare the breath from his chanting, but he felt the rightness of it settle into his bones. How long he played, he couldn't say. Time lost meaning as the eternal moments stretched. His arms moved without conscious direction. His voice chanted words whose meanings he understood more in his heart than in his mind. The drum itself seemed alive beneath his hands, its voice joining his in calling to the celestial wolves, reminding them of their true purpose, not to end the world, but to keep it in motion through their never-ending chase. Gradually, almost imperceptibly at first, a change began. The strange auroras receded, their wild colors fading to more familiar patterns. The unnatural twilight that had held the world suspended began to shift, the sun finally completing its interrupted journey below the horizon while the moon rose higher, reclaiming its rightful place in the night sky. Stars reappeared, first the brightest and then the fainter ones, until the heavens were once again carpeted with their distant light. The great wolves remained visible, but they had resumed their ordained positions, near enough to maintain the chase that drove the cycles of day and night, but far enough that the immediate threat of catching their prey had passed. Halvar's hands stilled on the drum, the ancient chant fading from his lips as exhaustion finally claimed him. He sank to his knees on the hilltop, the instrument cradled in his lap, his breathing ragged from exertion. Air knelt beside him, her eyes clear once more, filled with something that might have been pride. You have done well, Star Shepherd. The balance is restored. For now. For how long? Halvar asked, his voice raw. If what grandmother says is true, the intervals between hunts grow shorter. How soon before they return? Perhaps too strong for songs and drums to turn aside. The seer's expression grew solemn. That is the burden of your office, Halvar. To watch, to remember, to be ready when the need arises again. As your line has done since the first settlers came to this valley. He looked down at the drum, understanding now why Sigrid had kept it hidden all these years, why she had chosen this moment to pass it to him. I am not worthy of such a task. I'm just a shepherd. Ere finished for him, yes, one who guards and guides, who watches through the night while others sleep. Who better? Before he could respond, a shimmer of movement caught his attention. At the edge of the hilltop stood a figure that had not been there moments before. A woman, tall and straight despite her apparent age, her silver hair bound in complex braids, her garments strange yet somehow familiar. She carried a staff topped with crystals that caught starlight and refracted it in impossible patterns. Well done, mortal guardian, she said, her voice carrying the music of high mountain streams and deep forest whispers. Few of your kind still remember the old ways clearly enough to enact them when needed. Air bowed her head in recognition or reverence. Lady Frigg, you honor us with your presence. Halvar stared in disbelief. Frigg, wife of Odin, queen of Asgard. She couldn't possibly be here on this humble hillside in Midgard. Yet he couldn't deny the aura of power and ageless wisdom that surrounded her, or the fact that even the air seemed to grow clearer and more vibrant in her presence. The veil between worlds thins during the hunt, Frigg explained, seeming to read his thoughts. It allows for intersections that might otherwise be impossible. She studied him with eyes that contained galaxies. You carry the blood of side workers, young Halvar, those who knew how to sing to the very fabric of creation. I am pleased to see that such gifts have not entirely vanished from Midgard. The wolves, Halvar managed to ask, finding his voice at last. Will they return? Frigg's expression grew grave. They never truly leave, child. They are always there, following their appointed path, maintaining the necessary tension between pursuer and pursued that keeps the wheels of heaven turning. She gestured with her staff toward the now ordinary night sky. But yes, the hunt will intensify again. The signs suggest a great unraveling approaches, though whether in your lifetime or a dozen generations hence, even I cannot say with certainty. She stepped closer, and the starlight seemed to bend around her, creating patterns that reminded Halvar of the runes on Sigrid's scroll. Keep your vigil, Star Shepherd. Teach those who come after you. The small actions of mortals may seem insignificant against cosmic forces, but they are not. They never have been. With that enigmatic statement, Frigg tapped her staff once against the earth. The sound resonated like the drum had earlier, sending vibrations through the ground and air. Then she was gone, not vanishing in a flash of light or dramatic display, but simply no longer present, as if she had stepped behind an invisible curtain. Air exhaled slowly, her composure returning. Such visitations are rare indeed, she murmured, a sign of how close we came to the ending of things. She turned to Halvar. Come, the village will be celebrating their deliverance, though few will understand exactly what they were delivered from. Together they descended the hill, the ancient drum now safely rewrapped and tucked beneath Halvar's arm. As they approached the village, they could hear sounds of relieved merriment, music, laughter, the clinking of drinking horns, life asserting itself in the face of averted catastrophe, whether the danger was fully comprehended or not. Sigrid waited at the edge of the gathering, her face showing no surprise at their return, only quiet satisfaction. You remembered, she said, as Halvar approached, reaching up to touch his face with fingers that trembled slightly from age, but not from doubt. Not memories of my own, he admitted, but ones carried in blood and bone, as if my hands and voice knew what to do even if my mind did not. She nodded, accepting this as expected. That is how the oldest knowledge survives. Not in scrolls or stones, though these have their place, but in the very rhythm of our hearts and the patterns of our thoughts. She glanced at the wrapped drum. You understand now why this passes to you. Halvar nodded slowly. I am to watch the sky, to know when the wolves run too close, to remember the songs and beats that remind them of their purpose, and to teach another when your time comes, Sigrid added, as I have taught you, as my grandmother taught me. She took his arm, guiding him toward the celebration. But that is for tomorrow and all the days that follow. Tonight we give thanks that the sun will rise again and the stars still shine. They joined the villagers, who welcomed them with raised horns and cheerful greetings. None spoke directly of what had occurred, perhaps unable to find words for it, perhaps already beginning the process of transforming cosmic terror into more manageable legends and tales. By tomorrow, Halvar suspected, many would convince themselves they had witnessed an unusual but natural celestial event, not a narrowly averted apocalypse. As Halvar moved through the celebration, accepting a horn of mead here, a clap on the shoulder there, he found himself studying his neighbors with new eyes. These people he had known all his life suddenly seemed both more familiar and more mysterious. Had other families like his own carried secret knowledge through generations? Were there other guardians of ancient pacts and forgotten magics living quietly among them? The blacksmith, Gunnar, whose rhythmic hammering had joined Halvar's drumming. Had he known what he was doing, or simply followed an instinct as old as the craft itself? The old fisherman Leif, who claimed to navigate by stars so faint others couldn't see them. Was that merely experience, or something more? Even the village priest, who had been among those praying most fervently when the chaos began, now sat quietly in a corner, fingering a small pendant that looked suspiciously unlike the cross he normally wore. "Do my sense? More than they know," came Eir's voice beside him, startling Halvar from his observations. The seer had approached silently, a cup of something steaming in her hands that smelled of herbs and honey. "The old knowledge doesn't vanish completely, it just goes underground, like streams in winter. It flows beneath the surface, emerging in unexpected places." Halvar accepted a sip from her cup when offered, the liquid warming him from within more effectively than the stronger mead. "Were there others before me? Other star shepherds in the village?" Eir's smile was enigmatic. "Your grandfather before he was lost at sea, his father before him. The line stretches back to the first settlement, though not always father to son or mother to daughter. The gift chooses its vessel." She gestured subtly toward where Sigrid sat by the fire, entertaining a group of children with what appeared to be an innocuous folk tale. "Your grandmother recognized the signs in you when you were barely walking. How you would stop and stare at the sky for hours. How you could anticipate storms before the clouds gathered. How you would wake moments before dawn each day, as if hearing some silent call. And you?" Halvar asked. "What is your role in all this?" "I am a witness," Eir replied simply. "One who sees and records. In other times, other places, they called us Volvar, staff carriers, prophecy speakers." She gave a small, self-deprecating laugh. A grand title for an old woman who brews medicines and interprets dreams. But the work remains the same, whether acknowledged or hidden. A burst of laughter from nearby interrupted them as two young men engaged in a good-natured wrestling match. Their earlier fear transformed into physical energy that needed release. Halvar watched them with a strange mixture of envy and affection. How simple their world must seem. A momentary fright from an unusual sky, now forgotten in the pleasure of competition and camaraderie. Perhaps that was for the best. The burden of full knowledge was heavy. Let it rest on those chosen to bear it. As the night deepened toward true midnight, Halvar found himself apart from the main celebration, seeking a moment of quiet near the village well. The stone structure, ancient beyond memory, had always been a place of peace for him, a gathering spot where stories were shared, where life's rhythms played out in daily rituals of drawing water and exchanging news. He sat on its broad rim, fingers tracing the worn carvings that spiraled around its circumference. He had always assumed them decorative, but now, with new awareness awakened, he recognized them as runes, similar to those on the drum and scroll. Protective symbols, binding patterns, reminders of connections between above and below, well water and sky water, the depths and the height. "Even the stones remember," came a soft voice, and Halvar looked up to find a young woman standing nearby. Astrid, the tanner's daughter, a quiet girl a few years younger than himself. They had exchanged few words before this night, their paths rarely crossing, except at village gatherings. "What do you mean?" he asked, curious rather than defensive. Astrid approached hesitantly, indicating the carved stone beneath his fingers. My mother told me these marks ensure the water remains sweet and clean, that they call to the deep springs and keep away foul influences. She shrugged slightly, suddenly self-conscious. Folk wisdom, I suppose, like so many things passed down without question. But tonight, she looked upward, to where stars now gleamed in their familiar patterns. Tonight makes me wonder what other old tales might hold more truth than we credit. Halvar studied her with new interest. Did you see them? The wolves in the sky? Yes, she answered simply. And more. Shapes in the light that seemed almost like writing. A woman with a staff who walked between the aurora's curtains, watching over the village. She met his gaze directly. And you, on the hillside, playing something that made the air itself sing in response. Before Halvar could formulate a reply, a soft shape brushed against his legs. One of the village cats, a sleek grey creature that normally kept its distance from all but the smallest children. It gazed up at him with unblinking amber eyes that seemed to hold unusual intelligence, then delicately leapt onto the well's edge beside him. Astrid laughed softly. It seems Grimalkin has decided you're worthy of attention tonight. My grandmother claims he's older than the oldest villager, though that can't possibly be true. Halvar reached out carefully to stroke the cat's arched back, feeling a subtle vibration that might have been purring but somehow felt deeper, more resonant. Many things that can't possibly be true have proven otherwise today, he murmured, more to himself than to Astrid. The cat butted its head against his hand, then turned 3 precise circles before settling on the stone rim, its gaze fixed on the star-filled heavens. Its posture mirrored Halvar's own habitual stance when sky-watching, and he felt a strange kinship with the creature. I say cats can see between worlds, Astrid offered, sitting down on the world's edge at a respectful distance. That they watch things invisible to human eyes. Like wolves running across the sky, Halvar suggested. Astrid's smile was small but genuine, perhaps exactly like that. She looked upward again, her profile outlined in starlight. Will it happen again? What we saw tonight? Halvar followed her gaze to where, almost lost against the backdrop of the Milky Way, he could just make out the distant forms of Skull and Hattie, resuming their eternal chase at a safer remove. Until we meet again, he whispered to the celestial hunters. It was both acknowledgement and gentle warning that when they drew too close once more, Midgard would not be defenseless. The stars' shepherd would be watching, the ancient rhythms remembered, the balance maintained for one more cycle in the endless turning of fate's wheel. What did you say? Astrid asked, leaning slightly closer. Halvar hesitated, weighing how much to share with this unexpected companion. Something in her open gaze decided him. I was speaking to them, he admitted, nodding toward the barely visible celestial wolves, acknowledging that while they've retreated for now, they'll run close again someday. To his surprise, Astrid showed no sign of disbelief or mockery. She simply nodded thoughtfully. My grandfather used to say that battles are never truly won, just postponed. He was talking about the raids from across the sea, but perhaps it applies to larger conflicts as well. Wise words, Halvar agreed. The cat between them stretched languidly, then settled into a new position, still watching the stars with unwavering attention. Comfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the distant sounds of celebration and the subtle symphony of night insects beginning their chorus now that the world had returned to its normal rhythms. Halvar found himself strangely at peace despite all that had happened, or perhaps because of it. Knowledge that should have been terrifying instead felt like coming home. Like finally understanding the purpose behind his lifelong sky watching. "The drum you played," Astrid said eventually. "It's very old, isn't it?" Halvar tensed slightly, his hand moving unconsciously to where the wrapped instrument rested against his side. "Yes, a family heirloom." Astrid seemed to sense his reluctance to speak further on the matter and change direction. "My mother has something similar. Not a drum, but a small loom, barely the size of 2 hands. She only works on it during certain phases of the moon, weaving patterns that make no sense to me, but that she insists are important. When I asked why once, she said only that some threads must be maintained." She gave Halvar a sidelong glance. I never understood what she meant until tonight, watching those lights in the sky form patterns like a great weaving coming undone, then being repaired. This revelation startled Halvar. "Your mother is a weaver of word?" he asked, before he could stop himself, using an ancient term he hadn't realized he knew. Astrid's eyes widened slightly. "Is that what it's called?" She never gave it a name. She just said it was women's work passed down from mother to daughter, like recipes for dyeing cloth or curing hide. Halvar's mind raced with implications. Air had suggested there might be other keepers of old knowledge in the village, but he had assumed they were known to each other, a conscious circle maintaining ancient traditions. If Astrid's mother practiced such arts without even naming them, how many others might be doing the same? How many fragments of the old ways survived, disguised as ordinary crafts and custom? The cat between them stood suddenly, arching its back and fixing its amber gaze on something in the shadows beyond the well. Following its stare, Halvar glimpsed a flicker of movement, perhaps a night bird, perhaps something else entirely. The creature relaxed after a moment, sitting back down with the dignity of a sentry returning to its post. "I should rejoin the celebration," Halvar said, suddenly aware they had been sitting alone together longer than propriety might allow. "My grandmother will be wondering where I've gone." Astrid nodded, rising gracefully from her seat on the well's edge. "And I should help serve the late meal." She hesitated, then added with quiet intensity, "If you ever need assistance with your star shepherding, my mother's weaving might be of use. Some battles are easier fought with allies." Before Halvar could respond to this unexpected offer, she had slipped away into the darkness, leaving him with the distinct impression that the night's revelations were far from complete. The cat remained, regarding him with that enigmatic gaze that seemed to hold centuries of patient observation. "What else do you see, Grimolkin?" Halvar murmured to the creature. "What other secrets does this village hold?" The cat merely blinked slowly, then leapt down from the well with silent grace, padding a few steps toward the celebration before looking back expectantly, as if inviting Halvar to follow. The night wind carried his earlier words upward, seeming to ruffle the fur of the distant wolf shadows before dispersing among the stars. Then Halvar turned back to the warmth and light of his people's gathering, the ancient drum a comforting weight against his side, its magic dormant for now, but ready when needed. Tomorrow would bring duties both old and new, but tonight was for celebrating the simple miracle of continuation, of time's unbroken flow, of darkness giving way once more to the promise of dawn. In the deepest part of the night, while the village slept off its celebrations, and even Halvar had finally succumbed to exhaustion, Sigrid stood alone outside her small hut. Her milky eyes tracked the movements of celestial bodies invisible to ordinary sight. Threads of fate stretching across the vault of heaven, binding all 9 worlds in a complex web of cause and effect, action and consequence. The air around her was unusually still, as if the world itself held its breath in the aftermath of the averted catastrophe. Dew gathered on the thatched roofs of nearby dwellings, each droplet containing a perfect reflection of the star-filled sky above. The normal sounds of night, the distant call of owls, the rustle of small creatures in underbrush, the whisper of wind through leaves, seemed muted, respectful of this momentary peace, hard-won and perhaps fleeting. Sigrid breathed deeply, drawing the night air into ancient lungs. Her body might be failing, bones growing brittle and sight dimming to mortal eyes, but her inner vision remained sharp as ever. Tonight, it showed her things that both troubled and reassured her weathered heart. "It begins," she murmured to the unhearing stars. The first stirrings of the great unraveling that would one day lead to Ragnarok. Not tomorrow or the next day, perhaps not for generations, but set in motion nonetheless. The wolves' hunt had been turned aside, but other signs would follow. Summers growing shorter, winters harsher, brothers turning against brothers, oaths broken more easily than kept, putting the patterns forming already. Subtle changes in the weave of fate that most would never notice until they had progressed too far to easily mend. The binding of Fenrir, weakening by infinitesimal degrees. The roots of Yggdrasil suffering the gnawing of creatures too small to be significant individually, yet devastating in their collective hunger. The slow poisoning of wells, both literal and metaphorical, as ancient hatreds festered beneath the surface of seeming peace. Yet there was hope in what she had witnessed. Her grandson answering a call he hadn't known was his. Ordinary folk joining their voices together without understanding why. The thinning veil allowing Frigg herself to acknowledge their efforts. Small actions against cosmic forces, as the goddess had said. Perhaps enough of them, performed with sufficient courage and clarity, might yet alter even prophecy itself. Her thoughts turned to the quiet conversation she had observed between Halvar and the tanner's daughter beside the ancient well. Astaroth, whose mother kept one of the old traditions alive through her special loom work. The threads of fate were both metaphorical and literal in some cases, and those who could weave with understanding of the patterns helped maintain the fabric of reality itself. That Halvar had found his way to this connection without guidance suggested that forces beyond her own planning were at work. Another reason for cautious hope, and there were others in the village whose gifts remained dormant or disguised. The blacksmith's son who spoke to metal as if it were a living thing. The fisherman's wife whose songs could calm the stormiest seas. The baker who needed protection into every loaf without knowing the meaning of the patterns his fingers formed in the dough. Small magic, humble magic, yet no less real for its lack of spectacle. Sigrid's gaze shifted to the well where the 2 young people had sat earlier. The ancient cat, far older than any normal feline could be, still perched on its stone rim, sentinel and witness. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement of its presence, receiving a slow blink in return. Grimalkin had been watching over the village since before her birth, would continue long after her passing. Some guardians took unexpected forms. A shooting star streaked across the heavens, not an ordinary meteor, but something else. A message, perhaps, or a warning. Sigrid tracked its path with experienced eyes, noting the constellations it passed through, the precise angle of its descent. The omens were mixed, neither wholly favorable nor entirely dire. suitable for times of transition when multiple futures remained possible. Sigrid smiled faintly, the expression creating new constellations of wrinkles across her weathered face. That was a question for younger minds than hers. Her task was nearly complete. Knowledge passed, legacy secured, the line of guardianship unbroken. She could rest soon, join her ancestors in the realm beyond, knowing that when Skoll and Hati ran too close once more, Midgard would not stand defenseless beneath a starless sky. As if summoned by her thoughts of rest, a gentle weariness began to settle over her. Not the bone-deep exhaustion of advanced age that had become her daily companion, but something sweeter. A softening of boundaries, a loosening of ties to physical form. For a moment, the veil between worlds thinned further, allowing her briefly enhanced sight to perceive shapes moving at the edges of ordinary reality. Tall figures on horseback, distant yet watchful, ancestral spirits gathering like mist among the trees. And highest of all, barely perceptible even to her gifted vision, the great ravens of Odin, circling in slow, deliberate patterns. With that thought providing its own form of peace, the old woman turned back toward her dwelling, leaving the vast theater of the heavens to play out its ancient dramas under the watchful eyes of a new generation. The wheel turned, the pattern shifted, but the essential rhythm remained, the endless dance of light and shadow, predator and prey, ending and beginning, that had sustained the 9 worlds since their creation, and would continue until their ordained end. And perhaps, just perhaps, even beyond, as the tale of the starless hunt fades into memory, our journey through the realms of Norse mythology continues. The cosmic wolves, Skoll and Hati, return to their eternal chase across the heavens, and we turn our gaze from the star-filled skies to the misty depths between worlds. In the silence that follows Sigrid's blessing over the sleeping village, another story begins to take shape, one of boundaries crossed and realms connected, of whispered promises and ancient guardians. For just as the celestial wolves mark the boundaries of day and night, so too are there borders between the worlds of the living and the dead, between Midgard and the shadowy realm of Hell. It is to one such boundary we now travel, where cold mist rises from waters that flow between existence and beyond, where echoes of footsteps from both the living and the dead may sometimes be heard. Here lies a crossing known to few mortals, except in stories told by firelight or in dreams that linger upon waking. The great bridge that spans the river Jarl, shimmering with gold, yet silent as falling snow. It is here our next tale unfolds, beneath the watchful gaze of its solemn guardian. The golden halls of Asgard stood silent in perpetual twilight, dimmed by unpreceded sorrow, where once laughter echoed, now only whispers passed between down-turned faces as grief settled over the realm of the gods. In his private chambers, Hermodr sat motionless beside a window, the embroidered tapestries that usually brought him comfort, now seeming to mock the sorrow that engulfed Asgard. The soft glow of enchanted lamps cast long shadows across the polished stone floor, their light unable to penetrate the darkness that had settled in his heart. His finely crafted armor, a gift from the dwarves of Nidavellir on his name day, lay untouched in the corner, gathering a fine layer of dust. His sword remained sheathed, the runes etched along its blade dormant without their master's touch. His red-rimmed eyes, usually sharp and observant, now stared unseeing at the horizon, where the rainbow bridge stretched toward distant realms, its prismatic colors seeming duller than before. as if even Bifrost itself mourned Balder's passing. Balder was dead. The thought repeated endlessly in Hermod's mind. His brother, radiant Balder, beloved by all, had fallen to Loki's trickery. A mistletoe dart, the one thing not bound by oath to never harm the gentle god, had pierced his heart. 7 days had passed since Balder's funeral ship had been set aflame upon dark waters. 7 days of watching his mother Frigg's tears flow without cease, of seeing Odin withdraw into grief that aged him visibly. A soft knock at his chamber door roused Hermod from dark thoughts. The door opened, revealing Odin himself, entering with uncharacteristic quietness. "My son," Odin said, his voice roughened by days of silence. "Your absence is noted at council." Hermod turned, meeting his father's single eye with a gaze that held no deference, only shared pain. What purpose does council serve now? What words can change what has happened? Odin moved further into the chamber. Purpose remains, even in grief. The 9 realms watch how we bear this loss. Then let them see weakness, Hermod replied bitterly. Let them know that even gods can break. Deem I already know, Odin's voice softened. But they also look to us for hope. They gazed out at Asgard in contemplative silence. I have consulted the Norns, Odin finally said. I have gazed into Mimir's well, seeking wisdom beyond ordinary sight. What did you see? A path, Odin replied. Narrow and perilous, leading into shadow. A bridge shimmering in darkness. A queen who rules where light fears to linger. He paused, his eye fixing on Hermod with sudden intensity. And a brother's love, strong enough to challenge death itself. Understanding dawned slowly. Helheim, Hermod whispered. You speak of Helheim, and of Hel who rules the dead. Odin nodded. Balder's soul has journeyed to her realm. He sits now in her halls, neither in torment nor joy, simply elsewhere. And you believe there is a way to bring him back? Not broken, Odin corrected carefully. Perhaps negotiated. Hel guards her subjects jealously, yet she is not beyond reason. A price might be named, a bargain struck. Hermod rose, purpose straightening his shoulders. I will go. I will find this path and stand before Hel herself to plead for Balder's return. I had hoped you would say this, Odin replied. The task requires endurance of spirit and a heart true enough to remain steadfast in the land of the dead. When do I depart? Tonight, Odin replied, when Asgard sleeps and the veil between realms grows thin. You will not travel alone. Sleipnir shall bear you. This gave Hermod pause. Sleipnir, Odin's 8-legged steed, was the swiftest of all mounts, capable of traversing realms where no ordinary horse could follow. Sleipnir knows the hidden paths between worlds, Odin continued. He has carried me to places beyond imagination and returned faithfully. Hermodor nodded. I will prepare myself. He hesitated. Does Mother know of this plan? A shadow passed across Odin's face. Frigg knows there is a chance, however slim, that her son might return. She knows too that sending another of her children into danger may result in double loss rather than restoration. The weight of this knowledge settled on Hermod's shoulders. I will not fail, he vowed, the words emerging as both promise and prayer. Odin studied his son's face. Remember this resolve when shadows press close and the living world seems distant as a dream. Remember it when whispers tempt you to linger in death's realm. Remember it when hell's eyes meet yours across her dark hall. With these words, Odin departed. Hermod turned to his armor with reverent hands, cleaning each piece methodically. The familiar ritual transformed formless grief into directed intention. As he worked, day faded into twilight. Hermod did not join the subdued evening meal, choosing instead to prepare in solitude. When his armor gleamed once more and his sword shone with fresh oil, he settled cross-legged to center his spirit through meditation. When awareness returned, true night had fallen. Hermod donned his armor, braided his dark hair, secured his sword, and wrapped a grey cloak around his shoulders. No one witnessed his departure from the palace. The guards seemed not to notice his passing, their eyes sliding past him as if he were already half in another realm. In the central courtyard, Sleipnir waited. The 8-legged horse stood perfectly still, his grey coat almost silver in the starlight, intelligent eyes following Hermod's approach. "Greetings, Sleipnir," Hermod said softly. "I thank you for agreeing to this journey." The great horse dipped his head, then lowered his body slightly in invitation. Hermod mounted smoothly, the horse rising without seeming affected by the weight. "We seek the road to Helheim," Hermod murmured. "We seek my brother Bald, that he might return with us to the realm of the living." Sleipnir's ears flicked forward with apparent determination. He moved toward the edge of the courtyard, taking smaller paths between buildings and through gardens rarely traveled. They encountered no one on this strange journey through the sleeping city. At the edge, where paved streets gave way to wilderness, Odin waited alone, leaning on his spear Gungnir. No words passed between father and son, only a long look charged with all that remained unsaid. Odin raised his spear in silent blessing, and Hermod bowed his head in response. Then Sleipnir broke into a trot, carrying Hermod away from the last outpost of warmth and light. The landscape changed subtly as they journeyed. The familiar golden-tinged fields surrounding Asgard gave way to wilder terrain. Forests, where trees grew too close together, meadows with flowers of impossible colors, streams that flowed uphill. Sleipnir navigated these oddities without hesitation. They traveled through the night and into what should have been dawn, yet no true sunlight broke over this in-between realm. The stars above shifted into unfamiliar constellations, patterns unknown to even the most learned astronomers of Asgard. Occasionally, lights like distant aurora borealis rippled across the sky, in colors that had no names in any mortal tongue. Time itself seemed to stretch and compress unpredictably, moments extending into what felt like hours, then suddenly collapsing so that great distances were crossed in what seemed mere heartbeats. Instead of sunrise, a pearly luminescence gradually suffused the air, neither warm nor cold, but somehow both at once, revealing their surroundings with unsettling clarity. The light cast no shadows, as if it emanated from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. In this strange illumination, even familiar objects took on an otherworldly quality. Rocks appeared to breathe slowly, patches of moss glowed with faint internal light, and occasionally crystalline formations erupted from the ground, only to dissolve back into mist moments later. The terrain changed again, becoming barren and rocky. As they climbed higher, mist gathered around them, a clinging silver-grey vapor that seemed to whisper as it curled around Sleipnir's legs. Hermodr felt a chill that penetrated even his Asgardian resistance. This cold originated not from the air but from within, as if warmth itself was being slowly extracted from his being. "We approach the boundaries," he murmured, "the edge of living realms." The mist thickened until visibility extended barely beyond Sleipnir's head. Then, without warning, it parted like a curtain drawn aside. Hermodr's breath caught at the vista suddenly revealed. They stood at the edge of an immense chasm so deep that its bottom vanished into absolute darkness. Spanning this abyss was a single bridge. Yellowbrew, the bridge to Helheim, just as Odin had described. Unlike the rainbow bridge of Asgard with its vibrant colors, Yellowbrew was narrow and seemingly fragile, arching across the void in a perfect semicircle. Its surface glimmered with subdued golden light, providing the only illumination in this twilight realm. "Is this the only way?" Hermod asked softly. Sleipnir approached the bridge's edge with careful steps, lowering his head to study the golden pathway. After a moment, he raised his head and snorted decisively. "I understand," Hermod said. "We go forward together." Sleipnir placed his front hooves on the bridge with delicate precision. The structure resonated with a clear tone like a perfectly struck bell. With each step, another note joined the first, creating a somber melody that seemed to speak of longing and memory. Hermod lost track of time as they traversed Gjallabru. The bridge seemed to extend far longer than physical possibility would allow. The ringing melody of their passage became the only constant, marking their slow progress toward death's realm. Gradually, Hermod became aware of movement in the darkness beneath. Shadowy forms drifted in the void, too distant to distinguish clearly, yet undeniably present. "Keep your gaze forward," he reminded himself. "Our purpose lies ahead, not below." The shadows moved regardless, gathering beneath Gjallabru like moths drawn to the bridge's subtle glow. Whispers rose from the darkness. Not words exactly, but sounds that mimicked speech. "Brother, seeker, living flesh among the dead. Why do you come? What do you seek?" "I seek Balder, my brother," Hermod answered steadily. "I come to bring him home to Asgard." The whispers multiplied, overlapping like wind through autumn leaves. "Balder the Bright, he walks among us now. His light dims slowly in her halls. Does he remember sunshine? Does Asgard's memory fade like evening into night?" "He remembers," Hermodr insisted. "He waits for me to find him." So certain, the whispers took on a mocking edge. The living always believe their concerns matter to the dead. But time moves differently here. Memories dissolve like salt in water. Perhaps he finds peace in forgetting. Hermodr clenched his jaw. Baldur's place is in Asgard. His death was orchestrated by Loki's malice. He would not choose to remain here. The choice may not be his. Hel guards her treasures. Baldur shines even in death. Why would she surrender such a prize? Before Hermod could respond, Sleipnir increased his pace. The resulting melody grew more complex, drowning out the whispers. The shadows retreated and silence returned. The bridge continued to stretch before them, seemingly endless in the uniform twilight. Yet something had changed in the quality of the air. A subtle densing, as if they approach substance after traversing emptiness. In the distance, a shoreline materialized from the mist. The bridge descended toward this plain, its endpoint marked by two towering stones positioned like sentinels. Intricate carvings covered these mechaliths, runes and symbols so ancient that even Hermid's godly knowledge could not decipher them fully. Between these markers, where Gjellabru met solid ground, stood a figure. At first glance, it appeared to be a woman wrapped in grey, but as they approached, the figure's true nature became apparent, a construct of bone and shadow, held together by ancient magic. The entity raised a hand in command to halt. Sleipnir obeyed without hesitation. Living flesh seeks entry to the realm of hell, the Guardian spoke, its voice neither male nor female but a harmonization of many tones. State your purpose, son of Odin, or turn back while the path remains open. Hermod straightened on Sleipnir's back. I am Hermod, son of Odin and Frigg, brother to Balder, who now resides in Helheim. I come seeking audience with Hel herself, to plead for my brother's return to Asgard. The Guardian remained motionless, empty eye sockets somehow conveying intense scrutiny. What makes your grief worthier than countless others who accept death's finality? I do not claim superior worth, Hermod answered carefully. But Balder's death came not from natural cause, but from malicious trickery engineered by Loki. Death cares little for method or motive, the Guardian replied. All come to Hel's realm eventually, save those claimed by Valhalla. Your brother belongs to Hel. Hermod mastered his frustration. I do not dispute the natural order, but when that order is disrupted by deliberate malice, might there not be cause for exception? I ask only for the opportunity to present this case to Hel herself. The Guardian fell silent. When it finally spoke again, the voice had taken on a different quality, older, deeper, resonating with authority. Passage is granted, but not without price. Answer this riddle, Hermod Odinson. I am the beginning of eternity, the end of time and space, the beginning of every end, and the end of every race. What am I? Hermodoth considered carefully. The beginning of eternity, the end of time and space, the beginning of every end, the end of every race. Understanding dawned suddenly. The answer is the letter E, he stated. It begins the word eternity, ends the words time and space, begins the word end, and concludes the word race. The Guardian's form seemed to ripple with approval. Correctly answered. Few pause to consider the simplest solution when faced with cosmic questions. The construct stepped aside. You may enter Helheim. May your wits serve you as well before Hel's throne as they have at her gate. Sleipnir moved forward, passing between the ancient megaliths. As they crossed this threshold, the air changed texture, becoming heavier, filled with fine mist that clung to surfaces. The temperature dropped further, not to freezing, but to an unnatural coolness that seemed to slow the very flow of blood. Before them stretched a vast plain shrouded in eternal twilight. Pale grasses covered the ground, moving in patterns that suggested breeze, though no wind could be felt. Scattered throughout this expanse stood ancient trees with silver bark and leaves that appeared black in the muted light. So this is Helheim, Hermod murmured, not the place of torment depicted in mortal tales. Sleipnir continued forward along a path that became visible only as they advanced. a slightly darker line through the pale grass. The trail wound between the silver trees, occasionally passing what appeared to be small dwellings half hidden in the misty distance. As they journeyed deeper, shapes began to materialize, ghostly figures that paused to observe the living god in his magical mount. Unlike the formless shadows beneath Gjallabru, these spirits retained humanoid form, though their substance seemed as insubstantial as morning fog. One figure, bolder than the rest, drew near enough for Hermod to discern features. An elderly woman, with a face lined by decades of mortal existence. "You bring the scent of sunlight and growing things," she observed, her voice a whisper that nonetheless carried clearly. "It has been so long since I remembered such sensations." Hermod inclined his head respectfully. "I come seeking one who has only recently joined your realm, my brother Bald, beloved by all who knew him in life." The spirit's expression softened. "The Bright One, yes. His coming was noted by all. So much warmth and light, even dimmed by death." She gestured vaguely ahead. "He resides in Hell's Hall, as befit his station in life." "Can you tell me of Hell herself?" Hermod asked. "She is neither cruel nor kind, neither generous nor miserly. She simply is. Justice embodied, without passion to sway her judgment." The ghost's form wavered slightly. "Approach with respect, but without fear. Speak truth without embellishment. Make no promises you cannot fulfill." The spirit faded back into the mist. Hermodred nodded in silent thanks for the counsel, then urged Sleipnir onward. They continued through the misty plains for what felt like hours. Gradually, the scattered trees gave way to more formal arrangements, avenues converging toward a central point, still hidden by distance and mist. The number of spirits increased, gathering silently to watch their passage. None spoke or attempted to interfere, but their collective presence created a palpable weight in the air. Finally, the mist parted to reveal their destination. Hell's Hall rose before them, a structure seemingly carved from a single massive piece of dark stone that absorbed rather than reflected light. No windows interrupted its smooth surface, and a single entrance gaped at the front, an arched doorway framed by intricate carvings. Before this imposing edifice stood a small contingent of figures, more substantial than the misty dead. These guards wore armor of blackened silver and carried spears that glowed with cold blue light. Their faces remained hidden behind expressionless masks. Sleipnir halted at a respectful distance. Hermod dismounted with fluid grace, patting the steed's neck in gratitude and unspoken request to wait. Approaching the guards alone, Hermod maintained a measured pace. He placed his right fist over his heart in formal salute, a warrior's gesture recognized across many realms. "I am Hermod of Asgard," he announced clearly. "I request audience with Hel regarding my brother Bald, who now resides within her domain." Without word or visible signal, the guards parted to form an honor guard, leading to the entrance of Hell's Hall. The doors stood open in clear invitation, revealing absolute darkness beyond the threshold. Hermod paused momentarily, steeling himself. Then, with resolute purpose, he stepped from Helheim's twilight into the complete darkness of Hell's inner sanctum. For several heartbeats, he stood in perfect blackness. Then, gradually, his divine sight adjusted to reveal a vast hall with a ceiling so high it vanished into shadow. The interior walls featured elaborate friezes depicting pivotal moments in the history of gods and mortals. The hall extended far ahead. Columns resembling world trees with 9 distinct branches supported the invisible ceiling. Between these columns stood silent guardians, neither living nor truly dead, but sentinels of this threshold between states of existence. At the far end, upon a dais of graduated steps, stood a throne formed from intertwined roots that might have been wood or stone or something altogether different. Upon this throne sat Hel herself, ruler of the dead and daughter of Loki. Her appearance struck Hermod with unexpected force, not because of monstrous features as mortal tales often depicted, but because of her perfect duality that embodied the threshold between life and death she governed. The right side of her form appeared as a beautiful woman, with skin pale as winter moonlight, her features carved from alabaster with the delicacy of the finest sculptor's hand. Her eye on this side shone with the deep green of ancient forest shadows, and her hair flowed like a river of midnight. Her right hand rested on the throne's arm, fingers long and elegant, adorned with rings of strange metals unknown in the realm of the living. The left side, however, revealed the reality beneath life's illusion. Exposed bone yellowed with age, sinew dried like ancient leather, and the eternal grin of a skull where half her face should be. The eye socket on this side held only a floating point of cold blue flame that somehow perceived more deeply than any living eye could. Her left hand was skeletal, joints bound by magic rather than tendon, yet it moved with the same grace as her living hand. Where her heart should be, a strange pulse of light could be glimpsed through gaps in her ribcage, neither fully bright nor fully dark, but something in between that seemed to draw the eye yet repel it simultaneously. Her garments flowed around her form like living shadow, sometimes appearing solid as velvet, other times insubstantial as mist. A crown of intricate design rested upon her head, forged from materials that seemed to shift between precious metals and bone as Hermod's gaze moved across it. Her mismatched eyes, one deep green like forest shadows, the other a glowing point of blue light in an empty socket, fixed upon Hermod as he approached. He felt the weight of her attention like physical pressure, ancient beyond reckoning and entirely devoid of emotional responses. At a respectful distance from the dais, Hermod knelt on one knee, head bowed in formal acknowledgement of her sovereignty. He remained thus, silent, awaiting permission to speak. "Rise, son of Odin." Hel's voice filled the hall without seeming to increase in volume, melodious and hollow simultaneously. Few living beings kneel before death with such grace. Fewer still come willingly to my halls. Hermod stood as commanded, meeting her dual gaze directly. "I thank you for granting audience, Queen of Helheim. I come on a matter of great importance to Asgard and all living realms. You come for Balder," Hel stated without preamble. "Your grief walks beside you like a shadow, visible to any with eyes to see." Hermodor inclined his head. "Yes, I seek my brother's return to Asgard, to the family that mourns him, and the realm that has dimmed in his absence." Hel tilted her head slightly, the movement fluid on her living side and mechanical on her skeletal half. "All who enter my realm are mourned by someone. Why should Balder receive consideration not granted to countless others? I do not claim that our grief outweighs others' sorrow. I ask not for special treatment due to Balder's divine nature." Hermod paused. "I seek justice, not preference. Balder's death was orchestrated through malice and deception, targeting him specifically because of his goodness. Hel remained motionless as she considered this argument. The silence absolute, save for the faint sound of Hermod's breathing. "Approach," she finally commanded, gesturing with her skeletal hand. Hermod climbed the steps until he stood directly before her throne. "You speak of justice," Hel continued. "Yet you seek to undo what has occurred rather than punish the wrongdoer. What justice is served by reversing this outcome while Loki remains free to cause further mischief?" "Loki's punishment is not mine to determine," Hermod answered honestly. "That responsibility falls to Odin Allfather. My purpose here concerns only Baldur's fate. And if I were to release him, what guarantee exists that he would not simply return through another's machination?" Hermod had not considered this. "I cannot offer absolute assurance against future harm, but knowledge gained through loss has made us wiser. Asgard would guard him more carefully." Hel's living lip curved in what might have been a smile. "Wisdom purchased through suffering, the oldest currency in all realms." She leaned forward slightly. "Tell me, if I were to name a price for Baldur's return, would you pay it, regardless of cost?" "If it were mine alone to pay, yes," he answered without hesitation. "But I cannot pledge Asgard's resources or another's sacrifice without authority." "An honest answer," Hel acknowledged. "Rare enough to merit consideration." She raised her living hand, and the air beside her throne shimmered. From this disturbance stepped Bald himself. Hermod's breath caught at the sight of his brother. Largely unchanged in appearance, still radiant even in the gloom of Hel's hall, his presence creating a subtle sphere of warmth that pushed back the chill of death's domain. His golden hair caught what little light existed in the hall and seemed to amplify it, creating a soft halo effect around his head. The fine garments he had been buried in remained pristine, their colors unfaded despite the journey through flame and water to reach this realm. Yet subtle differences revealed his altered state. A translucence occasionally rippled across his form when he moved, as if parts of him momentarily existed in another dimension. The wounds from the fatal mistletoe dart had vanished, leaving no scar, as if death had healed what life could not. Most striking were his eyes. Once blue as summer skies, clear as mountain lakes, they now held the same mystic quality as the wandering spirits, depths of gentle sorrow and ancient wisdom far beyond what he had possessed in life. Around his wrists, almost invisible unless viewed from certain angles, were thin bands of shadow. Not restraints in the physical sense, but markers of Hel's dominion, the subtle chains that bound the dead to her realm. Despite these changes, his smile remained the same, the expression that had brought comfort to countless beings across the 9 realms, now tinged with melancholy, but no less genuine in its warmth. "Brother," Balder said, his voice simultaneously familiar and distant. "You have journeyed far." Hermod fought the impulse to embrace him. "Balder, you are well? You are... yourself?" A smile touched Balder's lips, though it held melancholy. "I am as you see me, neither suffering nor entirely at peace. Memories of Asgard remain, though they grow less substantial with each passing day. Mother weeps without ceasing," Hermod said softly. "Father withdraws into silence. Asgard's light dims without your presence." Pain flickered across Baldur's features. "I would spare them such sorrow if I could." El raised her skeletal hand for silence. "Bald resides in my realm, according to the laws that govern all existence. Yet laws permit exceptions when circumstances warrant. Her mismatched gaze moved between the brothers. I will set a test to determine whether this case merits such exception. Both gods turned their attention fully to her. Return to Asgard, Hermod, Hel commanded. Then let every living thing in all 9 realms weep for Baldur's loss. If all beings mourn him as you claim, if every creature sheds tears for his absence, then I will release him to return when you journey here again. Hermod considered this condition carefully. Every living thing, plants and beasts, as well as sentient beings, all that lives must weep, Hel confirmed. If even one creature refuses tears, Baldur remains in my halls until Ragnarok. The challenge was immense, yet not impossible. Baldur had been truly beloved by all creation during his life. Animals had sought his touch. Plants had blossomed in his presence. I accept your terms, Hermod declared. I will return to Asgard and ensure all creation mourns my brother's loss. Hel nodded once, the movement precise and final as judgment itself. So be it. You have 9 days to accomplish this task, a day for each realm. On the 10th dawn, return across Gjallarbrua with proof of universal mourning. Baldur stepped forward, moving with the peculiar grace of the dead. Brother, take this. He removed a gold ring from his finger and pressed it into Hermod's palm. Show this to Mother as proof you found me. Tell her I remember the garden where she taught us healing herbs, and the songs she sang when storms frightened us as children. Hermod closed his fingers tightly around the ring, still warm despite Baldur's altered state. I will tell her, and I will return for you. This I swear by all that binds us as family. Hel waved her hand in dismissal, and the hall began to fade around Hermod, not through his movement, but through the realms shifting in response to its queen's will. Remember, Hel's voice followed him. 9 days, all beings, not one exception. Then Hermod found himself standing once more in Helheim's twilight. Sleipnir waited nearby, exactly as he had left him. We return to Asgard, he told Sleipnir quietly, with hope and a task of immense proportion. The journey back seemed both shorter and more direct. The misty spirits of Helheim watched their departure with silent curiosity, perhaps expecting that Baldur's potential release might somehow change the nature of their own existence. When they reached solid ground, the mists parted. Familiar stars shone overhead, and in the distance, Asgard's golden halls gleamed against the night sky. Hermod felt a surge of determination to succeed in the task Hel had set, to restore his brother to his rightful place among the living. 9 days to inspire universal grief. 9 days to convince all creation to weep for one being's absence from the world. A challenge worthy of a god, and one Hermodr intended to meet with every resource at his disposal. Baldur would return. This he vowed as Sleipnir carried him homeward through the gathering dawn, across the boundary between Death's domain and the realm of the living. The first rays of morning sunlight touched Asgard's highest spires as Hermodr and Sleipnir approached the city gates. Word of their arrival spread quickly. By the time they reached the central courtyard, a small gathering had formed to greet them. Odin stood at the forefront, Gungnir in hand, his single eye sharp with questions. Beside him, Frigg waited with barely contained emotion. Thor loomed nearby, his usual energy subdued by the solemnity of the moment. Hermod dismounted, bowing deeply to his parents, before straightening to deliver his news. The courtyard fell absolutely silent. "I have seen Balder," Hermodr announced. "He resides in Hel's Hall, unchanged in appearance, though transformed by death's touch." He withdrew the golden ring. "He sends this as proof of our meeting, and a message for you, Mother." Frigg accepted the ring with trembling hands. "His ceremonial band," she whispered. "What message does my son send?" "He remembers the garden where you taught us healing herbs," Hermod relayed softly, "and the songs you sang during storms when we were children." Tears spilled freely down Frigg's cheeks. Not unending grief, but something touched with joy, of confirmed connection. "Then he is truly himself still." Odin moved forward. "What terms did Hel set?" "She offers Baldur's return on a single condition," Hermodr explained. "Every living thing in all 9 realms must weep for him. If all beings mourn his loss with tears, she will release him. If even one creature refuses to weep, he remains in Helheim until Ragnarok." Murmurs rippled through the assembly, some expressing hope, others concern at the scope of the challenge. Thor stepped forward, hammer in hand. "Then we shall ensure all creation weeps. I will personally visit each realm if necessary." "We must act quickly," Frigg said. "How long did Hel grant for this task?" 9 days, Hermod replied. "A day for each realm that must mourn." Odin nodded gravely. "A fitting time frame. The challenge is substantial, but not impossible." He turned to address the gathered Asgardians. "Spread throughout the 9 realms, carry word of Baldur's chance for return. Remind all beings of his goodness, his light, his generosity of spirit." The assembly dispersed with immediate purpose. Soon only the royal family remained in the courtyard. "We must begin in Asgard itself," Frigg decided. "Then extend outward to the other realms." By nightfall of the first day, all of Asgard had wept for Balder. The tears collected in special vessels, tangible proof to present before Hel. As planned, Hermod departed for Vanaheim with the dawn. The Vanir responded with immediate emotion, Freya herself leading the mourning ceremony. "He brought light where others cast shadows," she told her assembled people. From Vanaheim, Hermod traveled to Alfheim. The light elves wept willingly, their tears like liquid starlight. Reports arrived from other realms. Thor had succeeded in Midgard, where humans remembered Balder through legends. The dwarves of Svartalfheim had been moved by memories of Balder's appreciation for their craftsmanship. Even in Muspelheim, realm of fire giants, tears had been shed. By the 7th day, 8 realms had mourned. Only Jotunheim remained, the realm of frost giants, ancient enemies of Asgard. Odin himself had journeyed there. As evening approached on the 9th day, a messenger arrived. "The All-Father returns from Jotunheim," he announced. "Heimdall sends word to prepare for his arrival." Minutes stretched until finally Odin appeared, looking weary but triumphant. "The frost giants have wept," Odin declared. Even they remembered Balder's fair dealings during the last treaty negotiations. The All-Father held forth a vessel containing tears that glittered like ice shards. "The proof of Jotunheim's mourning. The 9th realm completes our task." Preparations began immediately for Hermod's return journey to Helheim. The vessels of tears were carefully packed in containers specially designed to preserve their contents. With the dawn, Hermodra departed once more for Helheim, carrying the 9 realms' tears. The journey seemed faster this second time, perhaps because anticipation lent speed to their passage. When they reached Gjallabru, Hermod noted subtle differences. The golden pathway seemed brighter, the surrounding mists less oppressive. The whispers from below came with curious inquiries. Does he succeed? Does he bring the required tears? Will the Bright One return? We shall soon know, Hermodr answered as Sleipnir carried him forward. The guardian at Helheim's entrance awaited their arrival. You return as promised, it observed. With proof of mourning? From all 9 realms, Hermodr confirmed. Every living being has shed tears for Baldur's loss. The journey through Helheim's plains passed quickly. Even the landscape seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the outcome of this unprecedented negotiation with death itself. Hel's Hall appeared unchanged, but the doors stood open in clear invitation. Carrying the precious vessels of tears, Hermod entered with measured steps. Hel herself sat upon her root throne, her dual nature striking Hermod anew. Welcome again, son of Odin, she greeted him. You return on the 10th dawn, as instructed. Hermodr placed the vessels of tears on the stone floor before her. I bring proof that your condition has been met. Tears from every living thing across all 9 realms. With a gesture of her skeletal hand, the vessels rose into the air, unsealing themselves to reveal their contents. One by one, each vessel presented their contents for Hel's inspection. The golden tears of Asgard, the starlight tears of Alfheim, the molten droplets from Muspelheim, the ice crystals from... After examining each vessel, Hel returned her attention to Hermod. You have indeed gathered an impressive collection, she stated. Almost all beings have wept for Baldur's return. A single word sent a chill through Hermod's heart. Almost. Hel's living side formed a smile that did not reach her eye. One being refused to weep. One creature withheld tears, despite your eloquent appeals. Cannot be. We approached all beings. None refused once Baldur's story was shared. Yet one did, Hel insisted, waving her hand to create an image of a cave in Jotunheim, where a single figure sat smirking. The giantess Thok refused tears, claiming she had neither benefit nor joy from Baldur, and so would offer no moisture from dry eyes. The image revealed a hunched female form wrapped in grey furs, her face partially hidden yet somehow familiar in its malicious glee. "'Tis no true giantess," Hermod breathed. "That is Loki in disguise, continuing his malice." "Perhaps," Hel conceded. "Yet my condition was absolute. All beings must weep. Whether genuine giantess or disguised trickster, this being has not wept. The condition remains unfulfilled. Then Baldur remains in your realm. All our efforts for nothing because of one being's spite." "Those are the terms as stated," Hel confirmed dispassionately. "One exception negates the agreement." "May I see him?" he asked, his voice controlled despite the turmoil within. With a gesture, Hel called Baldur into her presence. He appeared golden and radiant, even in death's domain. Recognition and joy at seeing his brother quickly gave way to understanding as he observed the scene. The vessels of tears, Hermod's controlled anguish, Hel's impassive stance. "We failed," Baldur stated quietly. Someone refused to weep. Loki, Hermod confirmed bitterly. Disguised as a giantess called Thulk. He alone among all creation denied you tears. Balder showed no surprise, merely sad acceptance. Then I remain in Helheim until world's end, he concluded with remarkable composure. Hermod stepped toward his brother. I will return, he vowed, perhaps not to bring you home, but to ensure you are not forgotten. The paths between realms remain open to me now. It would bring comfort, Balder acknowledged, but do not let your life become defined by my absence, brother. There is purpose for you beyond these shadows. Hel raised her hand for attention. Your task has failed by the strictest interpretation of my terms, she stated. Yet the scale of what you have accomplished merits acknowledgement. Never before have the 9 realms united in shared emotion as they have for Balder's sake. Balder must remain in my realm as decreed, Hel continued. However, there are degrees of existence even within death's domain. What mean you by this? Asked Hermod. Though Balder cannot return to Asgard in physical form, his essence may visit the dreams of those who loved him most, Hel explained. Not every night, nor at will, but when the barriers between realms thin naturally. A pale shadow of true return, Hermod observed, yet more than absolute separation. It is what I can offer within the boundaries of my authority, Hel stated. Death's rules bend for exceptional circumstances, but they cannot break entirely. Balder stepped forward. I accept this compromise with gratitude. To maintain connection with those I love, even in limited form, is a gift beyond expectation. Hermod took longer to consider, finally nodding acceptance. It is more than we possessed before this journey began. A thread connecting realms, where once existed only silence. Hel acknowledged their acceptance. Then it is decided. Balder remains within my domain, but may walk in dreams during times when realms draw close. She fixed her gaze on Hermod. Return to Asgard with this message, and the knowledge that, though your challenge was not met in full, it has altered death's landscape in ways previously unimagined. With these pronouncements delivered, the audience concluded. Hermod embraced his brother briefly before collecting the vessels containing creation's tears. These would return to Asgard as evidence of their unprecedented effort. The journey homeward carried a complex mixture of emotions. Disappointment at their technical failure alongside appreciation for the partial victory achieved. Balder would not return physically to Asgard's halls. Yet, neither would he be entirely absent from the lives of those who loved him. As Sleipnir carried Hermod across Gjallarbrú for what might be the final time, the whispers from below seemed to understand the outcome. Not victory complete, yet not defeat absolute. A middle path where connection persists despite separation. The dead dream of the living as the living dream of the dead. The voices quieted to a gentle murmur that blended with the musical notes of Sleipnir's hoofbeats on the golden bridge. It created a melody both haunting and soothing, a song of spaces between life and death, between presence and absence, between memory and forgetting. The air itself seemed lighter now. The oppressive weight of death's finality lifted not by triumph, but by compromise, by the discovery that boundaries thought absolute might instead be permeable under certain circumstances. Hermod found himself breathing more easily, each breath drawing in the cool mist that now seemed refreshing rather than chilling. Above the bridge, something like stars began to appear in the eternal twilight. Not true stars, perhaps, but distant lights that formed patterns suggesting hope rather than despair. The eight-legged steed beneath him moved with renewed vigor, as if sensing their task. While not completed as intended, had nevertheless altered the very fabric of understanding between realms. The mists parted to reveal Asgard in the distance, its golden spires catching evening light from a sun that seemed brighter somehow, its rays reaching further than before. The rainbow bridge stretched toward them in welcome, its colors once again vibrant and alive. Heimdall would be standing at his post, his golden eyes already seeing their approach long before they physically arrived. Beyond him, the city waited, its people suspended between grief and hope, eager for news yet fearing disappointment. Despite the challenges ahead, Hermod felt a measure of peace settle within him, a calm acceptance that replaced the desperate determination of his outward journey. They had attempted what none before had dared, to challenge death itself, to negotiate with hell on her own terms, to unite 9 realms in shared purpose. Though they had not achieved complete victory, neither had they faced complete defeat. Something had been accomplished that would echo through the ages, a precedent established that might, in some distant future, open doors currently thought forever closed. The silent bridge of Gialabru had been crossed in both directions. Communication had been established where only separation existed before. The boundaries between realms, while still firm, had proven more permeable than previously believed, and somewhere in Helheim's twilight halls, Baldur continued to exist, changed yet fundamentally himself, separate yet connected, lost yet somehow found. As Asgard's outlines grew clearer, Hermod whispered a promise to the evening air, knowing somehow that his brother would hear it across the divide. Until dreams bring us together again, bright brother. Until then, as the final whispers of the silent bridge of Galabru fade into the realm of dreams, we turn our attention from Hermod's bittersweet journey to another tale from the 9 realms, one of betrayal, consequence, and the inexorable bonds of fate. While Baldur remains in Helheim, permitted only to visit the dreams of those who love him, the architect of his death has yet to face justice for his crimes. Loki's malice did not end with the mistletoe dart that pierced Baldur's heart, nor with his disguise as the giantess Thok, who refused to weep. The trickster's final deception ensured Baldur would remain in death's embrace, denying Asgard its brightest light. Such actions could not go unanswered forever. The god's patience, stretched thin by centuries of Loki's mischief, finally snapped under the weight of this ultimate betrayal. Where once they had tolerated his schemes with sighs and reluctant forgiveness, now their hearts hardened toward one who had proven himself no true friend to Asgard. As we leave behind the misty twilight of Helheim and the shimmering gold of Galabru, we descend beneath Midgard's surface, to caverns where neither sunlight nor moonbeam has ever reached. Here, amid stone older than the gods themselves, another story unfolds, one of punishment, suffering, and the endurance of bonds both physical and spiritual. Join us now for the last ember, Loki's binding beneath the earth, where the trickster god learns that even his silver tongue cannot talk its way out of fate's judgment, and where the consequences of betrayal echo through chambers of stone, until Ragnarok's distant drums begin to sound. The descent into darkness feels eternal. Narrow stone passages wind ever downward, carved not by mortal hands but by the slow persistence of water through ancient rock. The air grows colder with each step, yet somehow heavier, weighted with memory and consequence. This, deep beneath Midgard's surface, sound behaves differently. The whisper of water against stone echoes with unnatural clarity, while louder noises seem muffled, as if the very earth consumes them. Runes of binding and containment mark the walls at irregular intervals, their faint blue glow providing the only consistent illumination. These are not the workings of human sage workers, but the magic of the Aesir themselves, scripts of power, etched by divine hands to ensure what lies below remains forever separate from the realms above. Each symbol pulses with subtle energy, watching, waiting, maintaining the boundaries set by those who rule from Asgard's golden hall. The final passage opens unexpectedly into a cavern of breathtaking scale. Its ceiling vanishes into shadow, while its floor stretches away into darkness, broken only by scattered pools of water that reflect what little light exists here. Massive columns of stone rise like the pillars of some forgotten temple, formed over millennia by the patient marriage of mineral and moisture. The air here tastes of salt and iron, of tears and blood, and time immeasurable. At the chamber's center lies the reason for these elaborate precautions. A figure bound to a flat stone that rises like an altar from the cavern floor. His form is difficult to discern at first, shadows clinging to him like reluctant lovers. Only as one approaches does his outline clarify, tall and lean, with features that even in captivity suggest both nobility and cunning. This is no mortal prisoner, but a god in chains, his limbs secured by bonds no ordinary metal could form. Loki Laufeyson, blood brother to Odin, father of monsters, the flame that both illuminates and destroys, now reduced to stillness in the heart of the world. Above him hangs a serpent, secured to the cavern's ceiling by more runes of binding. Its scales glisten with a sickly iridescence in the dim light, its body motionless except for the slow rhythmic contractions of venom glands. At precise intervals, a single drop of poison falls from its fangs, its descent through the cold air seeming to last an eternity. The drop never reaches its target. A figure stands beside the bound god, her movements as consistent as the tide. Sigrid, wife of Loki, holds a shallow wooden bowl above her husband's face, intercepting each toxic drop before it can touch his skin. Her arms must ache beyond imagining, yet her posture betrays no weakness, no hesitation. Her eyes, when they catch what little light penetrates this depth, show neither anger nor sorrow, only determination that has transcended ordinary emotion to become something fundamental as the stone itself. "Tell me again," Loki whispers, his voice surprisingly melodic despite his circumstances. "Of the sky above Asgard. Does Heimdall still stand his watch upon the Bifrost? Does Thor's laughter still echo through the halls of Gladsheim? Or have they begun to forget me already, content in their false peace?" Sigyn does not answer immediately. The bowl in her hands has nearly filled, and her concentration remains fixed upon keeping it perfectly positioned. Only when the serpent's venom production momentarily slows does she speak, her voice soft but unwavering. "Demia have not forgotten, husband. Your name passes their lips with equal measures of rage and caution. Heimdall watches, Thor thunders, Odin broods upon his throne. She shifts her weight slightly, adjusting to the constant strain. Nothing has changed in the realms above, save that they are diminished by your absence. Though none but I would admit this truth, a bitter laugh escapes Loki's lips, causing his bonds to tighten reflexively. The runes inscribed in his chains glow brighter for a moment, sensing his emotion and responding with cruel efficiency. Diminished. Oh, how generous my loyal wife remains, even in this pit of despair. Tell me, do you truly believe the golden halls suffer without the shadow I cast? Or do you speak these comforts merely to preserve what little sanity remains to me? Sigurd's expression remains unchanged, her eyes fixed on the bowl that grows heavier with each passing moment. I speak only truth to you, Loki. I always have, even when lies would have brought greater comfort. A single drop of perspiration traces a path along her temple, the only visible sign of her exertion. Demons have their own sovereignty, and the little girls debate and fight and scheme as always, yet there is disquiet beneath their revelry. Something essential is missing from their perfect realm. The question that challenges the answer, the doubt that tests conviction, the fire that proves the metal. Poetic, Loki murmurs, his eyes closing briefly. You have always had a gift for finding beauty in darkness, my Sigyn. Perhaps that explains your inexplicable loyalty to one who brought you nothing but sorrow. Never nothing, she corrects him gently. Never nothing. The conversation pauses as Sigyn's bowl reaches its capacity. This is the moment both prisoners dread, when the vessel can hold no more venom and must be emptied. What follows is a ritual performed countless times since Loki's imprisonment began, yet one that never loses its horror. It comes, Sigyn says softly, warning in her tone. Loki's body tenses against the unyielding stone, muscles straining against bonds designed to hold entities far stronger than mere flesh. His breathing quickens, though he makes no sound of fear or anticipation. Only his eyes betray him, widening slightly as they fix upon the full bowl tilting in Sigvind's hands. I'm ready, he says, the words little more than breath. With movements honed by grim repetition, Sigyn steps away from Loki's prone form, taking the bowl of accumulated venom with her. For this brief period, nothing stands between the bound god and the serpent's poison. The first drop falls almost immediately, landing directly upon Loki's forehead. The effect is instantaneous and horrific. Where the venom touches, his divine flesh sizzles and burns, the pain so intense that his entire body convulses against his restraints. The cavern itself seems to respond to his agony. The ground trembles, loose stones cascade from the distant ceiling, and the runes along the walls flare brightly in response to his power surging against containment. Though his suffering must be beyond mortal comprehension, Loki does not scream. His jaw locks in a rictus of pain, tendons standing out like cords along his neck, but no sound escapes, save for a hiss of breath through clenched teeth. This, too, is part of the punishment, that he who wielded words as weapons now bites them back, refusing to give his captors the satisfaction of hearing his torment. Sigyn works with desperate efficiency, emptying the bowl into one of the distant pools, careful never to touch the deadly liquid, then rushing back to her position. The entire process takes less than a minute, yet in that brief span, several drops have fallen, each marking Loki's skin with fresh agony. When she again interposes the bowl between poison and prisoner, the relief in the chamber is palpable. Forgive me, she whispers, resuming her endless vigil. Loki's breathing gradually steadies as the immediate pain recedes, though the burned areas will take time to heal, and will never fully recover before the next emptying becomes necessary. When he finally speaks again, his voice carries a ragged edge previously absent. There is nothing to forgive, faithful one. The fault lies not with she who eases suffering, but with those who inflict it. His gaze drifts toward the cavern ceiling, though his expression suggests he sees far beyond mere stone. They call me oathbreaker and betrayer, yet which of us first broke faith? Which of us first wove deception into the very fabric of our fellowship? In the dim light, memories seem to take physical form, shadows coalescing into scenes from a past both distant and ever-present in Loki's consciousness. The images flicker like smoke, insubstantial yet undeniably real within this place where reality bends to the will of the divine. I brought them gifts, he continues, addressing these phantoms as much as Sigyn. I solved their problems when brute strength and righteous posturing failed. I gave them Mjolnir, the walls of Asgard, victory when defeat seemed certain. A tremor passes through his bound form, half laugh and half sob. For every mischief I created, I resolved 3 more. Yet they remember only the chaos, never the necessary catalyst. The shadows shift, forming the suggestion of a feast hall filled with gods and goddesses. Their faces blur in the dim light, yet their golden splendor remains unmistakable, the shining Aesir in all their glory. Among them moves a darker figure, leaner and less ostentatious, his words causing first laughter, then discomfort, then fury as the illusory scene progresses. He may feared what they could not control, Loki whispers, watching this memory play with eyes both bitter and wistful. My nature is fire, dear wife, not the domestic hearth that Thor's followers cherish, nor the forge flame that Odin harnesses for creation. I am wildfire, necessary for the forest's renewal, terrible in my hunger, impossible to tame without destroying my essence. Sigyn shifts her position slightly, adjusting to the gradually filling bowl. Yet fire need not consume indiscriminately, she observes quietly. Even wildfire follows paths determined by wind and fuel. It makes choices after its fashion. Choice, Loki echoes, the word hanging between them like the poison suspended in Sigyn's bowl. Was it choice when I revealed the weakness in Baldur's seeming invulnerability? Was it choice when I guided the blind Hodder's hand? Or was I merely fulfilling the role assigned to me since Ymir's bones first formed the world, the necessary darkness that gives meaning to their light? The shadowy tableau changes, centering now on a lone figure radiant with internal light. This is Bold the Beautiful, most beloved of all the Yeis, his face captured in an expression of perfect joy, moments before tragedy. Around him cluster admiring gods, testing his famous invulnerability with weapons and stones that bounce harmlessly from his blessed form. Was everything I could never be, Loki continues, his voice distant. Loved without reservation, trusted without question, pure without effort. His very existence was a mirror that showed all my imperfections in merciless detail. The memory vision shows Loki at the gathering's edge, watching with an unreadable expression as the gods make sport of Baldur's gift. I did not hate him for this, or at least not only for this. I hated what his perfection revealed about the nature of divine favor, about the arbitrary bestowal of grace and protection. The scene changes subtly, focusing now on an elderly woman sitting alone in a simple dwelling. Memory Loki approaches her in disguise, engaging her in seemingly innocent conversation about distant happenings in Asgard. Frigg went to every creation in all 9 realms, Loki narrates as the scene unfolds, securing promises that they would never harm her beloved son. Every creation, save one, she deemed too inconsequential to bother with. The humble mistletoe, too young and weak to pose any threat. The memory shows his expression changing as he receives this information, something crystallizing behind his eyes, such carelessness from the queen of the gods, such presumption, one tiny oversight in an otherwise perfect defensive scheme. The vision blurs forward to the fatal moment. Hodar standing apart from the festivities, his blindness excluding him from the game of testing Baldur's invulnerability. Memory Loki approaches with gentle words and a mistletoe dart, offering the blind god a chance to participate in the celebration, guiding his hand for the throw that no one expected could bring harm. I merely asked a question, Loki whispers as they watch the memory dart find its mark. If Baldur was truly protected against all harm, truly the embodiment of perfect divine blessing, then my test should have failed like all the others. I did not create the vulnerability, I merely revealed it. I did not invent the cosmic oversight, I merely exploited it. The memory scene dissolves as Baldur falls, shock freezing the expressions of all present. The silence in the cavern grows profound enough that each drop of venom landing in Sigurd's bowl echoes like a funeral drum. You speak as though you were fate's instrument rather than your own, Sigurd observes after this extended silence, her voice neither accusatory nor accepting, simply questioning. Am I not both? Loki responds, strain evident in his voice as he shifts against his bonds. Did Odin not proclaim that even the gods are subject to word, to the pattern woven before our consciousness began? We play our parts in the great tapestry, believing ourselves to choose freely while following threads established at creation's dawn. His laugh holds no humor. The jest is cosmic indeed, the trickster tricked by fate into becoming exactly what everyone feared he would be. The shadows around them coalesce once more, showing the aftermath of Baldur's death, the shocked grief, the gradual hardening of expressions as faces turn toward Loki, understanding dawning like a terrible winter sun. The silent tableau depicts his flight, his desperate attempts at transformation and concealment, and finally his capture in the form of a salmon, dragged struggling from a quiet stream as the judgment of the gods descended upon him. Demi could have killed me, Loki observes dispassionately, watching his own past suffering with detached interest. Perhaps they should have. Death might have been a cleaner end than this half-existence, this eternal anticipation of pain followed by its inevitable arrival. The vision shows his binding with the entrails of his own son, transformed by divine magic into unbreakable fetters. Demai chose the punishment to fit what they believed was the crime, the pain of family destroyed to answer family destroyed. Binding rather than ending to ensure I would witness the consequences of my actions unfolding across millennia. The memory scenes fade gradually, leaving only the cold reality of the cavern. Sigurd's arms have begun to tremble slightly from the strain of holding the nearly gypsy bowl, though her determination never wavers. Do you regret it? She asks simply. Loki remains silent for so long that it seems he might not answer. When he finally speaks, his voice holds a complexity of emotion that defies simple categories of remorse or defiance. I regret the necessity, he says carefully. I regret that the pattern required such a breaking point, but regret implies an alternative path forsaken, and I remain unconvinced such a path existed. His eyes find hers in the dim light. The gods needed their villain as much as their hero, their shadow as much as their light. They needed someone to absolve them of their own darker impulses by embodying what they feared within themselves. A tremor passes through the cavern, not the violent convulsions that accompany Loki's direct suffering, but something deeper and more distant. Both prisoners pause, attentive to this new development. Such tremors have been increasing in recent times, though neither speaks openly of what this might portend. The world above changes, Sigurd observes once the subtle shaking subsides. New gods approach distant shores, and the worship of the old ways wanes with each passing season. Those who remember the true names of the Aesir grow fewer, their offerings more meager, their understanding more fragmented. Yes, Loki agrees, a strange anticipation entering his voice. The great wheel turns, regardless of Odin's efforts to halt its motion. The All-Father's power diminishes in proportion to his worshippers' devotion. A cold smile touches his lips. My children grow stronger in the shadows. Fenrir tests his chains with each passing year. Jormungandr stirs in the world-encircling sea, and Hel's domain swells with the souls of those who no longer find Valhalla worthy of their final allegiance. Another tremor runs through the stone, stronger than the last, dislodging small fragments from the distant ceiling. A few scattered pebbles land near Loki's restrained form, one brushing against Sigurd's sleeve as she maintains her careful position with the venom bowl. They have forgotten the prophecies in their complacency, Loki continues, his voice taking on a rhythmic quality reminiscent of Sada's speech, the magic of foretelling. They feast in golden halls while the wolf grows hungry. They boast of eternal glory while the serpent encircles their realm, tail in mouth, waiting for the moment to release its grip. They enshrine order while chaos gathers strength from their every oversight and exclusion. His bonds glow brighter as he speaks, sensing the power in his words. The runes along the cave walls pulse in response, their magic straining to contain not just the god's physical form, but the dangerous potentiality of his very thoughts. In this moment, bound and tormented though he is, Loki's presence fills the cavern with undeniable force, a reminder that imprisonment diminishes his power but cannot eliminate it. Ragnarok approaches, he whispers, the ancient words seeming to resonate within the stone itself. The twilight that ends their golden age and begins something else, something they cannot control or predict or safeguard against with their warrior oaths and magical trinkets. And you? Sigurd asks, her steady gaze never leaving his face, despite the increasingly ominous rumblings around them. What becomes of Loki in this twilight of the gods? His laughter now holds genuine amusement, though edged with something darker and more volatile. I break free, faithful one. When the moment ripens, these bonds will shatter like ice in spring floods. The venom will cease its fall. The cavern will open to sky once more. His expression softens as he regards her. And you, my constant companion in darkness, will finally know rest. I did not ask for rest, she responds with quiet intensity. I asked of your fate. The bowl in her hands has reached its capacity once more. Both prisoners recognize the moment's arrival, the inevitable resumption of suffering approaching with the precision of cosmic machinery. Yet Loki continues speaking, unwilling to leave her question unanswered before pain claims his coherence. I lead my children and my allies against the realm that rejected us, he says, each word deliberate despite the urgency. I face Thor upon the plain of Vigrid, neither of us surviving the encounter. I die as I lived, bringing necessary destruction, clearing the ground for whatever comes after the flame has purged the old growth. His eyes lock with hers, but that is tomorrow's tale. For now we remain here, playing our appointed parts in the great cycle. Sigrid nods once, understanding both what he has said and what remains unspoken. It is time, she says gently, beginning to step away with the bowl of accumulated venom. Wait, Loki calls, an unusual note of vulnerability entering his voice. Before the burning begins again, tell me one truth I can hold against the pain. One certainty to anchor myself when all else becomes fire and fury. Sigyn pauses at the edge of her reach, the bowl precariously full in her steadying hands. What truth would ease your suffering, husband? Tell me, he asks, his expression suddenly stripped of artifice and calculation, revealing something rarely seen even by his loyal wife. That amid all the lies and manipulations, amid the cosmic game played with our lives as pieces, amid prophecy and punishment, tell me that what exists between us was of our own making. Tell me that at least this small corner of the pattern was truly chosen, not merely assigned by uncaring fate. A single drop of venom falls as Sigyn considers her response, landing on Loki's temple. His body jerks against the restraints, but his eyes never leave her face, waiting with uncharacteristic patience for her answer. The gods may bind your limbs, she says finally, her voice soft yet clear enough to carry over his strangled breath, and fate may claim your future, but my choice to stand beside you, to catch what poison I can and share what cannot be avoided, that belongs to neither destiny nor divinity. That, my love, is mine alone to give, and has been from the first moment to this one. Something in Loki's expression eases despite the growing frequency of falling venom. Then I can endure, he whispers, until the appointed hour. Sigyn moves with swift grace to empty the bowl, her actions now charged with renewed purpose. The usual tremors shake the cavern as multiple drops strike Loki's unprotected form, yet there seems a subtle difference in his resistance. Not less pain, but perhaps greater meaning found within it, transforming raw suffering into something approaching sacrifice. When she returns with the empty vessel, resuming her position with practiced precision, the atmosphere in the cavern has shifted in ways difficult to articulate. The darkness seems less absolute, the cold less penetrating, the isolation less complete. Nothing external has changed. The prisoner remains bound. The poison continues its relentless fall. The prophesied freedom lies in some unknown future. Yet something fundamental has been acknowledged between them. A truth perhaps more powerful than the enchantments that maintain this underground prison. Rest now if you can, Sigyn murmurs, settling into her stance for another long period of vigilance. Dream of open skies and liberation. I will stand guard over both your body and your visions. Loki's breathing gradually steadies, his expression smoothing towards something approaching peace. The shadows around them seem to respond to this subtle shift, their movements becoming less frenetic, more purposeful, less like chaotic darkness and more like the slow dance of celestial bodies tracking their ordained paths across the night sky. "I dream of fire," he says softly, his voice already taking on the distant quality of one slipping toward unconsciousness. Not the fire of destruction, though that too has its place in what comes. I dream of the fire of transformation, the necessary burning that precedes new growth. His eyes close fully, tension gradually leaving his restrained limbs. I dream of the last ember carried from the consumed world, sheltered and nurtured until it can spark a fresh beginning. As Loki drifts into whatever approximation of sleep is possible in his circumstances, Sigyn maintains her endless watch. The venom drops with unchanging rhythm. The bowl intercepts each deadly fall, and the cycle continues, as it has since the binding began and will until prophecy brings its end. Yet within this superficial constancy, something has altered. A recognition, perhaps, that even the most tightly woven pattern contains threads of genuine choice. Moments where fate's hand loosens just enough to allow authentic connection between conscious beings. Above, the world continues its inexorable movement toward Ragnarok. Wolves howl at the borders of divine territory, serpents stir in lightless depths, the roots of Yggdrasil tremble with premonition, and the gods feast with increasing desperation, as if merriment might somehow delay the approaching twilight. Winter lengthens into Fimbulwinter. Summer shortens to a brief, uncertain warmth, and worshippers look toward new gods with younger faces and promises of personal salvation rather than cosmic order. Time passes differently in the depths. What might be years or decades or centuries in the realms above translate to an eternal present in Loki's cavern prison, an endless succession of poison caught and poison endured, of whispered conversations and profound silences, of memories revisited and prophecies contemplated. Through it all, Sigyn stands constant, a commitment neither diminishing nor wavering as ages turn above them. Meanwhile, deep within the bound god's consciousness, plans form and reform like living flame. Awareness expands outward along channels invisible to his captors, touching the minds of his hidden children, nurturing their resentment, feeding their hunger for recognition and retribution. Though physically constrained, Loki's essence reaches toward the approaching conflagration, not with dread, but with terrible anticipation. The Firebringer preparing for the ultimate expression of his nature. The cavern's darkness cradles these dangerous dreams, unwitnessed save by Sigyn and the watching runes. Their blue glow seems somehow dimmer now, their power slightly less certain, as if responding to subtle shifts in the cosmic balance. The bonds holding Loki have not weakened in any physical sense, yet there exists around him a growing sense of potentiality, of energy gathering for some momentous release. The last ember, he murmurs in his half-sleep, the words barely audible even in the cavern's perfect acoustics. The spark preserved through darkness, waiting to ignite what follows the end. Sigyn says nothing in response, but her eyes reflect the distant glow of the runes, patient, resolute, and perhaps holding their own dangerous spark of anticipation for the world that might emerge when fire finally cleanses the corruption of the old order. Her bowl remains steady, catching each drop of venom with unwavering precision, while above them the great wheels of the cosmos turn inexorably toward their appointed convergence. In this deepest darkness, this seeming stasis, the seeds of dramatic transformation take root and grow, invisible for now, but gathering strength with each passing moment, waiting for the prophesied hour when chains shall break, poisons shall fail, and the suppressed fire at the heart of creation shall finally burn free once more. With each drop of venom that falls, with each tremor that shakes the earth, with each whispered word between prisoner and protector, that hour draws nearer. The gods might try to forget the bound trickster in their midst, might build their walls higher and forge their weapons stronger, but they cannot escape the pattern established before the first dawn broke over Asgard's golden spires. For now, the cavern holds its secrets close. The bowl catches what poison it can, the bound god dreams of flame and freedom, and somewhere far above, in the world of light and air, the final winter begins its slow descent, heralding the end of one age and the fiery birth of what comes after. As Loki drifts in the liminal space between waking and dreaming, memories rise unbidden, not just of his crimes and punishment, but of earlier days when his place among the Asias seemed less tenuous. The shadowy air around him shifts again, conjuring visions of a younger Loki walking beside Odin through Asgard's splendid halls, the two not yet estranged, sharing secrets and strategies as blood brothers sworn to mutual loyalty. "We once walked between worlds together," Loki murmurs, his voice barely disturbing the cavern silence. "I showed him paths unknown to other gods, taught him magics no warrior would deign to learn. He gave me a place at his table and called me brother." The memory vision shows the two figures leaning close in conversation, one dark and lean, one broader with a single piercing eye. What changed between us, Sigrid? Was it always inevitable that the god of wisdom would eventually fear the god of challenging questions? Sigrid adjusts her position slightly, her movements economical after countless repetitions. Perhaps he merely feared losing that which he valued most, his certainty, his control over fate's design. "I feared nothing except stagnation," Loki continues, watching the memory dissolve and reform into a scene of divine revelry. Himself positioned slightly apart from the others, observing their predictable patterns with thinly veiled disdain. "I saw them growing complacent in their power, repeating the same stories, fighting the same battles, celebrating identical victories, millennium after millennium. They called it tradition. I recognized it as entropy disguised as stability." The vision shifts again, showing Loki in various guises and transformations, sometimes female, sometimes male, sometimes neither or both, occasionally not even remotely human in form. These changes, flowing one into another, demonstrate an essential truth about his nature that the other gods never fully comprehended. "Demai feared what they could not categorize," he whispers, watching his many selves with something approaching fondness. "My fluidity threatened their rigidity. My questions undermined their answers. My very existence suggested alternatives to their carefully ordered cosmos." A bitter smile touches his lips. "How ironic that they bound me in the one state I find most constraining, unchanging permanence." Sigyn watches these memory forms with quiet interest, her own expression revealing nothing of judgment or surprise. "Yet, even now, husband, your essence remains mutable. These bonds constrain your body, but cannot fully contain your spirit. You dream and plot and reach outward through means they have not anticipated." "Yes," Loki acknowledges, the word carrying complex layers of meaning. "They sought to remove the wildfire from their forest, not understanding that fire suppressed too long only guarantees a more devastating conflagration when it inevitably returns." His gaze shifts to the serpent above, its constant venom production unaffected by the passage of time. or the conversations occurring beneath its suspended form, Dima transform me from catalyst to victim, not recognizing that victimhood carries its own terrible power, the power of justified vengeance. Another tremor passes through the cavern, stronger than those before, causing dust and small stones to rain down from the distant ceiling. This time the shaking continues longer, the very air seeming to vibrate with some deep cosmic disturbance. Sigyn braces herself, managing through sheer determination to keep the bulb properly positioned despite the violent motion surrounding them. When the tremor finally subsides, something has changed in the quality of darkness filling the vast chamber. The runes along the walls flicker like dying embers, their magic weakening in response to forces too great or distant to fully comprehend. The serpent above shifts position slightly, the first movement it has made in centuries, its eyes opening to reveal pupils like vertical slits in fields of molten gold.
"Be evil," Loki whispers, a new intensity entering his voice.
My children sense the approaching hour. Fenrir tests his chains with renewed vigor. Jormungandr loosens his world-encircling grip by fractional degrees. Hell expands her cold domain, preparing to receive the greatest influx of souls since creation's dawn. His expression combines pride and terrible anticipation. They have grown mighty in their exile, mightier perhaps than the Aesir suspect or fear. Sigyn studies her husband's face with careful attention, reading layers of meaning behind his words. You speak of them with a father's pride, yet they suffer as you suffer, bound or banished or relegated to shadow realms. Does their pain not weigh upon you as heavily as your own? It fuels me, Loki admits, no trace of deception in his voice. Their undeserved suffering feeds the fire of my resistance. The gods feared them for what they might become, and so ensured they would become exactly that, enemies powerful enough to bring about divine destruction. He laughs softly, the sound echoing strangely in the vast space. Another jest of cosmic proportions, prophecy fulfilled through the very actions taken to prevent it. The bowl in Sigyn's hands has nearly reached its capacity once more. As she prepares for the inevitable emptying, a new sound penetrates the cavern's isolation, distant yet unmistakable. Thunder rolls across the worlds above, massive and threatening, carrying a distinctive resonance recognized by both prisoners. Thor rides, Loki observes, his tone caught between dismissal and grudging respect. The mighty defender of Asgard patrols the boundaries of divine territory, his hammer striking fear into those who would challenge the established order. His eyes track the dissolving remnants of his memory visions, which scatter like startled birds at this intrusion from the upper world. Does he sense what approaches, I wonder? Does he feel the subtle weakening of the bonds that hold creation in its proper channels? Sigyn makes no response, focused now on the critical task of emptying the nearly empty bowl. With practiced efficiency, she steps away from her position, moving toward one of the distant pools where the accumulated venom can be safely deposited. The serpent above seems somehow more alert than before, its golden eyes following her movement with newfound interest. As the first drops of uninterrupted venom strike Loki's exposed skin, his body convulses with familiar agony, yet something new enters his expression amid the pain. A fierce exaltation, as if each burning drop confirms some private calculation or expectation. The earth shakes in response to his suffering, more violently than ever before, fragments of the cavern ceiling crashing down around him. Through clenched teeth, barely audible above the rumbling stone, he speaks words not directed at his absent wife, but at some more distant audience. Soon, father. Soon, brother. Soon, precious nephew, whose death opened the path to ending. The fire comes for all of us, justified or innocent, prepared or oblivious. None escape the cleansing flame, not even its bearer. By the time Sigyn returns with the emptied bowl, the immediate convulsions have subsided, though Loki's breathing remains labored. The cavern continues to tremble intermittently, as if the very foundations of Midgard grow increasingly unstable. The runes of binding along the walls pulse erratically now, their once steady glow fluctuating between brilliant intensity and near darkness. Something fundamental shifts, Sigyn observes as she resumes her position, studying these changes with the careful attention of one long accustomed to finding meaning in small variations within seemingly unchanging circumstances. The magic weakens, not from any failure of craft, but from alteration in the underlying reality it seeks to control. Yes, Loki confirms, his voice carrying new strength despite his recent suffering. The Twilight approaches not just for gods, but for magic itself, at least magic as they understand and wield it. The old forms weaken as new possibilities emerge. His gaze traces the faltering runes with evident satisfaction. They built their cage with yesterday's power, not understanding that power itself evolves beyond its creator's intention. Silence falls between them, but it is no longer the oppressive quiet of isolation. This silence thrums with anticipation, with currents of change flowing through stone and air alike. The serpent above has fully awakened now, its body shifting in subtle undulations that suggest testing of its own magical restraints. The venom still drips with metronome precision, but each drop seems somehow less potent than before, as if its magical properties diminish alongside the fading rune. "Tell me, faithful one," Loki says after this extended silence, his tone softer than before. "What will you do when the bonds finally break? When prophesied chaos erupts across the 9 realms and even the mighty Thor falls before its onslaught? Will you still stand beside the architect of ending?" Sigyn's unwavering gaze meets his, her expression revealing complexities rarely seen during their long confinement. "I have never stood beside the destroyer, Loki, but beside the necessary catalyst. Creation stagnates without renewal. Order calcifies without disruption." The bowl remains steady in her hands despite the increasing tremors shaking the cavern. "I will follow neither Asgard's path nor chaos unchecked, but the narrow way between, where destruction clears space for what must emerge after." A smile of genuine warmth transforms Loki's features, softening the lines etched by pain and captivity. "The gods never deserved your loyalty, yet neither, perhaps, did I. You see with clearer eyes than any being across the 9 realms, the necessary balance that neither side fully comprehends. I see only what is," she responds simply, "and what must be." Another massive tremor shakes the cavern, this one powerful enough to dislodge a substantial column of stone from the distant wall. It crashes to the floor with a thunderous impact, narrowly missing the bound god and his steadfast companion. Dust fills the air, momentarily obscuring vision, while the sound reverberates through the vast space like the footfall of some approaching giant. When the air clears, the changes in their prison have become undeniable. Several of the binding runes have gone completely dark, their magic dissipated into the surrounding stone. The serpent above writhes with increasing vigor, its restraints visibly weakening with each passing moment. Most significantly, fine cracks have appeared in the mystical bond securing Loki to the stone altar. Hairline fractures in what was once impenetrable divine craftsmanship. It begins, Loki whispers, wonder and vindication mingling in his voice. After an eternity of waiting, the wheel finally turns full circle. Sigyn says nothing, but her posture shifts subtly, straightening as if preparing for action long anticipated. The bowl remains steady in her hands, catching each drop of increasingly diluted venom, but her gaze now moves constantly between her husband's bonds and the deteriorating magical infrastructure of their prison. Far above, beyond stone and earth and the boundaries of human perception, greater changes unfold across the 9 realms. Midgard groans under unseasonable cold, crops failing in fields turned hard as iron by relentless frost. Jotunheim's ice giants gather at their borders, sensing weakness in the magical barricades long maintained by Asgardian power. The roots of Yggdrasil itself shudder as something ancient and terrible stirs in the deepest darkness beneath the world tree. And in Asgard's golden halls, unease spreads among the divine revelers. Conversations falter mid-sentence, mead cups pause halfway to lips, as each immortal being simultaneously senses some profound disturbance in the cosmic order they have maintained for millennia. Odin rises from his high seat, his single eye turning toward the east with sudden urgency. Thor's hand closes instinctively around Mjolnir's handle, the weapon humming with responsive energy. The hour approaches when prophecy transitions from abstract possibility to immediate reality, when carefully constructed defenses crumble before forces set in motion at creation's dawn, when even gods must face the consequences of choices made in arrogance or fear. Deep in the cavern beneath the worlds, Loki feels these changes resonating through his very being. With each passing moment, the bonds restraining him weaken further, responding to the larger destabilization of divine magic across all realms. His breathing quickens with anticipation, centuries of forced patience giving way to the imminent possibility of action. Soon, he whispers, the word carrying both promise and threat. The fire returns to a world grown cold in its absence. Sigyn nods once, a gesture of acknowledgement rather than agreement or disagreement. She has made her choice countless ages ago, and reaffirms it with each drop of venom intercepted, each moment of suffering eased, each quiet conversation in darkness. Whatever comes, whatever flames engulf the 9 realms, whatever new growth emerges from the ashes, she has claimed her place in the pattern, neither with gods nor against them, but in that liminal space where genuine choice remains possible. The last ember waits, growing brighter with each passing moment, preparing to ignite the conflagration that ends one world and begins another. Our Viking tale has now concluded. You will now hear the peaceful sounds of a crackling fire and gentle ambient noises that will continue throughout the night without any interruptions, helping you drift into a deep and restful sleep. May the stars of the northern sky watch over you, and may you find peaceful rest until the morning light. Sleep well, and good night.